Yeah. I see the title, stop, you know what I'm saying, stop voting blue. Stop voting blue before it's too late.
I absolutely believe nationally we need to tax billionaires more. We need to change the stepped up basis. We need to address the issue of capital gains. We need to address the issue of corporate taxes. We need to address, when you've talked a lot about this, the $84.4 trillion, seeing some estimates over $124 trillion of generational wealth over the next decade and a half, 2 decades, that will pass and address the issue of inheritance, dynasty trusts, and going back to some tax brackets that are more, analogous to the guy who used to reside here at the governor's mansion back in the 80s, or at least in the 60s as governor and president in the 80s. And so we need to do all of those things. At the same time, at the state level, I'm proud of this. I don't defend it from a defensive posture. I spent good 15 minutes of my State of the State earlier this year making the case for California's progressive tax structure. We, yes, have the highest tax rate for the 1%. But by definition, 99% of people don't pay that rate. So people lazily refer to California as a high tax state, when in fact, states like Texas and Florida tax their low wage earners more than we tax our high wage earners. Yet they're
Governor Newsom. They talking about this guy for president. No way. This guy got California going down the drain. They got poop apps. Somebody took time to make an app where all the poop is at. That's insane.
Considered low tax states.
Good morning.
Reversed. A proposed one-time wealth tax on the assets of California's billionaires is officially now headed to the November ballot.
Yeah, it made it, and it's setting up one of the biggest political fights we'll see this cycle, and perhaps the costliest.
Yes, ABC7 Eyewitness News political reporter Monica Madden joining us now. So, Monica, there's quite an unexpected coalition developing of people against the billionaire tax, and we can assume this is mostly billionaires.
That's what you would expect. There are a lot of wealthy people whose assets amount to $1 billion and more who have come out against this. Of course, Sergey Brin, Peter Thiel, they come to mind. They've been really vocal about this. But also, Republicans, as expected, saying that it will be bad for the state. Now, you wouldn't exactly pit those groups together with Governor Gavin Newsom, who's been one of the loudest Democratic opponents. And with that, because he is the de facto leader of the state, has come with a lot of support with this unlikely group. So the
So you got to talk about California Governor Gavin Newsom, who is facing a nightmare situation thanks to the socialists that he's in bed with, putting him between a rock and a hard place, right? He is stuck because Gavin Newsom understands that in order to become president in 2028, he's going to have to appeal to the far left during the primary, which again is socialist, okay? The Democrat Party, the actual voters of the Democrat Party are flat out socialists, right? That is not contested anymore. CNN has measured this. We've had so many polls confirming that the Democrat voters, they want a socialist, right? They are a socialist party. However, in order to win the general election, Democrats cannot be in bed with these socialists, okay? At least historically speaking. Again, you would think it would be very, very, very hard for a Democrat who is running on socialism to win in a general election. Gavin Newsom knows this, and this is why he's trying to thread the needle of appealing to the socialists while at the same time also trying to somewhat appeal to sane people, even though his record out in California is insane, right? So I want to talk about it because the socialists have forced Gavin Newsom to decide whether or not he's actually going to openly campaign and stop the one thing that the socialists demand the most from Democrats, which is a so-called billionaire's tax, and a tax on unrealized capital gains. And Gavin Newsom is already facing a whole lot of backlash for his opposition to this tax that is on the ballot in California.
So Gavin Newsom opposes a wealth tax. If you didn't know that, now you know. Well, I just got this piece of mail inspiring to join the Democrats in opposing the wealth tax. And you know who's included on here? Well, right off the bat, we have people who Californians voted for in this latest primary for some reason. Gavin Newsom, we know he sucks. Javier Becerra, he's going to be our next California governor for sure. Can't wait for corporations to own so much more than they already do in California. Fiona Ma, she's state treasurer, but she ran for lieutenant governor. And even though she ran a non-existent campaign, somehow she's advancing to the general against GOP's Gloria Romero in November. She also has sexual harassment allegations against her from a former staffer. That were dropped. But we could have had Oliver Ma for lieutenant governor. Could have, should have been Oliver Ma. But no, let's have people who oppose the wealth tax in our major positions in California. That's so fun. Katie Porter exists. Just in case, you guys needed any further proof that the Democratic Party is just as bought out and has no interest in actually doing things that would help working people. They like to say, your working families, vote no on the wealth tax. This is propaganda bullshit. So they really think that you do not have the mental capacity to see through it. They really think that you are not going to question the fact that the rich are protecting the rich. It's like Jeff Bezos in his interview recently where he was like, oh yeah, you could tax me, but it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't help your equal. That our current and next California leaders are bought and paid for. And they want to keep that wealth within them, within their little special little circles.
Gavin Newsom has said that he will veto the wealth tax on billionaires if it reaches the ballot in the state of California. This is what Gavin Newsom is busy doing, cozying up and defending his billionaire buddies and donors. Gavin Newsom has also said, by the way, that he's worked behind the scenes to make sure this tax on billionaires' wealth doesn't happen. This is just another reason why nobody should support this guy in the primary. All he's going to do is just want to maintain the same status quo that gave us Donald Trump. He's just another moderate corporate establishment Democrat that will do none of the big changes that we need. And when it comes to most Democrats like Gavin Newsom, you're really just going to get small incremental changes that don't really do anything in the long run. We need someone that runs on left-wing economic populism, someone that supports universal health care, somebody that wants to stop sending taxes to Israel, which, by the way, Gavin Newsom is a big supporter of Israel. We also need somebody in the presidency that wants to solve wealth inequality in this country. And as we see right here, Gavin Newsom is doing everything he can to make sure that doesn't happen. Don't really know why anyone is settling on him as president when there hasn't even been a primary yet, but here's just more of a reason why people shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, so you see that you heard that. You should better pick up on the obvious political conundrum that Gavin Newsom is in, right? He tried to fight against this measure being put on the ballot, but now that it's on the ballot, they have to now spend a whole lot of money. Democrats have to spend a whole lot of money, and they have to actively campaign against the progressive base who is demanding this tax. So I want to talk about this because, again, this is a nightmare scenario for Gavin Newsom going into 2028. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
A proposed one-time 5% tax on the wealth of billionaires officially qualified for the November ballot. But now uncertainty as to whether it will actually be put to voters, as the union backing the measure says they will pull the measure if Governor Newsom backs a 2% tax on billionaires. that would instead be passed by California lawmakers.
With more, let's go inside California politics with Inside California Politics host Nikki Lorenzo. Hi, Nikki. Nice to have you here on this Friday. Let's start with this. For the first time in months, we are not talking about the race for governor, but the battle lines that are being drawn in a big way around this proposed billionaire tax. And backers of the tax basically gave Governor Newsom an ultimatum, which he seems to be rejecting. Indeed, Chair Micah, great to be with you on this Friday. And yeah, for once, we're not talking about the governor's race, but this does involve our current governor. And yes, the Healthcare Workers Union of SEIU putting this forward this week, sending this letter to the governor saying, look, we'll take this off the ballot if you agree to this one-time 2% tax. The governor's office was quick to respond and say, we're not interested in any kind of billionaire's tax, but the clock is ticking, guys. They have until next week, if there's going to be any kind of negotiation, to pull this off the ballot. So we're going to have to wait and see, but it looks like the governor is not really interested right now.
Now, that deadline next Thursday. What do you think this could mean for Governor Newsom's future aspirations, especially if the full tax goes on the November ballot and passes, as some polls suggest it will? He's between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, there's a couple of different schools of thought here. I was actually shown some polling yesterday by a source that actually shows the billionaire's tax is a bit underwater now, below 50%. And those who were undecided in this poll, in this survey, once they were read the title and summary, were actually a no on this. And there are also several other tax measures that are poised to qualify as well. One would be to counter this billionaire's tax. There are a couple of others too, proposed by business groups, and to increase income taxes. So when you have all of these ballot measures on a ballot, and voters look at this and they feel a little overwhelmed by all of these ballot measures, they're likely to vote no. So SEIU could be looking at this saying, okay, what are our chances come November with a strong campaign behind this, powerhouses like Governor Newsom. And look, he has some billionaire backers, Chris Larson, Reed Hastings, like he has these people who have said, we will back him for president. And so he doesn't want to upset that class as well, although he has said he doesn't like the language of this tax measure, said it will hurt funding for firefighters and teachers. So the devil's in the details there, but we'll have to see how this plays out.
It is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. This is what Democrats get for getting in bed with socialists. So I want you guys to understand what's going on here, right? So the socialists that forced this on the ballot, right, are giving Newsom and Democrats an ultimatum. They're saying, listen, if you don't want this to go through, then you need to pass a 2% billionaire tax via legislation, right? Instead of this ballot measure, because again, they're letting the voters decide. Okay, so if you don't want the voters to decide, then you need to pass a wealth tax, again, in the legislature. The problem is that is really, really, really bad for Democrats, again, who are looking to run in 2028. Why is that bad? For multiple reasons. As she just outlined, Newsom has big money interests that currently is backing him, right? He has billionaires that are currently backing him, okay? Despite all the tough talk against the billionaires, Democrats love billionaires when they're donating to their campaigns, right? So Gavin Newsom understands how important it is to keep those people on his team, because he's going to need to fundraise, he's going to need supporters, he's going to need money in order to run in 2028. But also on top of that, right, Gavin Newsom knows that in the general election, generally speaking, he is going to need a somewhat moderate record to run on. Now, obviously, California is a shithole, right? And he should be disqualified just based off the fact that he's not a moderate. It is very clear that Gavin Newsom is far left. He just isn't so far left that, he wants to lose elections behind it, right? That is the only difference. But if Gavin Newsom thought that this would help him win elections, he would be for it, okay? That's what I want you guys to understand about these Democrats. Don't get it twisted. Gavin Newsom is far left. The only reason he's not behind this is because he knows for his own political aspirations and goals that, again, this doesn't align with winning the presidency. He knows that. However, his opposition to this wealth tax likely is going to be a headwind in the Democrat primary, right? In the sense that if he actively opposes this wealth tax, now he's going to be facing opposition from progressives And he's going to have a hard time winning a Democrat primary when your base of voters are far left socialists, right? So, yeah, I want people to understand the current situation Gavin Newsom is in. In the primary, his opposition to this is going to hurt him tremendously because every Democrat voter is going to want Democrats to come out and to say that they want to tax the rich, right? They're going to want Democrats to get on board with taxing the rich, aka taxing unrealized capital gains. Okay, this is a standard lefty position. It's non-negotiable. This is why Newsom is currently already receiving backlash from the far left over this, right? So again, I can imagine going into 2028 in the Democrat primaries, Gavin Newsom openly opposing this is going to hurt him. It's going to hurt him a lot compared to individuals who are probably going to run like AOC, like Ro Khanna, the more progressive left-wing socialist base. They're going to run and they're going to be able to campaign against Gavin Newsom and say, look, this guy opposed a wealth tax, right? He's not a real progressive, right? That's what they're going to say. So it's going to make it harder for him to win a primary, but him getting on board with this, or if this measure passes, then it's going to make it hard for him to win a general election. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. And again, this is because these individuals have chosen to get in bed with lunatics. And you cannot thread the needle with lunatics because the lunatics believe in radical policy. You already see the ultimatum here. Either get on board with the wealth tax, pass it via legislation, 2% for the billionaires, right? Or we're going to continue to push this ballot proposal. We're going to put it on the ballot, and we're going to let the voters decide. Now, again, if the voters end up saying yes to this, and then Gavin Newsom has to veto it, then it's going to be Gavin Newsom basically now vetoing a ballot measure that was voted on by his voters, right? By the people of California, which is going to be a disaster for him going into 2028, trying to win a Democrat primary. Because, again, the base of the Democrat Party is far left. It's really fascinating politics.
Delicate, obviously, and also potentially impacting Newsom's future aspirations. Nikki, his claims this week that he and his wife are under investigation by the Trump DOJ. Now, we don't know much, but let's talk about this purely politically. What has been the fallout since this announcement Monday? So this is pretty stunning here. So if you look on social media, the fallout is very partisan. On the Republican side, folks are saying, we knew this about Newsom and his family all along. They are corrupt. They have been doing nefarious things. This is what we have been saying. They're too close to NGOs. Democrats are saying that this is a form of weaponization, that the Trump DOJ is using this as a way to go after his opponents. Mind you, this is a similar playbook from President Trump. That's what he was saying when he had investigations launched against him. I also think that it's pretty stunning that we got this announcement from Newsom himself. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of...
It's crazy, you know what I'm saying? I got to bring and compare it up because when it comes to Trump, you know what I'm saying, nobody's above the law. Nobody's above the law when it comes to Trump. But now the light's on them. They, this ain't right. This ain't the right way. Don't look over here. They wrong. The law is wrong. That's just the hypocrisy when it comes to these people. When the light's on them, don't look at me. It was on Trump. Yeah, it's on him. Stay on him. It's all about him. He wrong. That's cool. Ain't right, man. That's how you know the party never switched. These people still the same. They spirited everything about them.
Leeway or runway that we were given. It was just this video was posted on social media. And here we go. We've reached out to the Justice Department, the White House, on Capitol Hill. Todd Blanche, the acting AG, was asked about this, and no one's giving any comment. So it's been pretty stunning to see that you hear this from Governor Newsom. But look, he's been raising money off of this. It wasn't long after he made that announcement and reporters started covering the story that he sent out a campaign fundraising email. So if you're looking at this from the political lens, Newsom is out in front of it. And he has Donald Trump as a political foe. And among Democrats, that works.
Yeah. So you see now, you heard that. Newsom is basically trying to pretend like he's a victim in order to raise money because he's desperate, right? He's desperate. It's all a part of Gavin Newsom running in 2028. I mean, this guy is already campaigning. Let's be real. His presidential campaign has already started. But I think this wealth tax is going to really hurt him, depending on how this ends up. Again, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. But again, this is what you get when you get on board with radical far-left lunatics, okay? Gavin Newsom is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I really don't think that he's going to make it out of the primary. I just think that the Democrats at this point, the base, they are very socialist, and they want a socialist. And I think that that's who they're going to choose going into 2028, unless
no problem, Florida. Glad you're in the chat. Glad you're in the chat, Florida. No problem. Thank you.
They always do, right? In the primaries, they always rig the primaries against the super far left candidate. But I don't think they're going to be able to get away with it this time because, again, the core base of voters within the Democrat Party are just flat out socialists. They move so far to the left. I don't think Democrats can pull that trick anymore, but we're going to see. Let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Now, I don't know about you, but for me, whenever I see these people protesting that have so much free time, they can protest cheering algae growth at the Lincoln Memorial, I always think, what is the likelihood these people actually have a job? And according to AI, that likelihood is very low. Probably 20% at most, and that's being generous, that these people don't have a job and that they're actually relying on government assistance. In fact, the only reason why it's not lower than 20% is because some of them could have remote jobs or be trust fund kids or be relying on their parents. So the likelihood that these people actually work is probably like 5 to 10%.
Words from U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro as new arrests are announced tied to alleged vandalism.
Good morning, Zero. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Name is Deunta. Welcome.
Crews continue to clean up algae that appeared in the pool following a multi-million-dollar renovation project championed by President Donald Trump.
Jess Arnold joins us now live this morning from the National Mall with details here. And Jess, this administration is now cracking down on people simply touching their reflecting pool.
Yeah, it seems that way. Our team had heard from one former Olympian who ended up being arrested after he said he had just reached into the pool. We've seen many people doing that over the last few days as this paint has begun peeling and rising to the surface here. We've also seen algae blooming, of course. Now, U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro says that her office will prosecute cases of what they're calling vandalism to the fullest extent of the law.
Make no mistake, making D.C. beautiful is a priority, and if you damage, vandalize, and do anything to impact something like the reflective pool, you can be prosecuted.
Boy. So we got to talk about the mainstream liberal media and Democrats currently melting down over President Trump issuing mass arrests of the liberal vandals who are trying to sabotage his beautification efforts of DC. Okay, President Trump simply wants to make DC beautiful, safe, and fun. Shouldn't be controversial, shouldn't be political, but apparently nowadays in 2026, everything's political. These people hate Trump more than they love America, and because they hate Trump more than they love America, in fact, they actually don't love America, right?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Again, 56% overall, having extremely, very much proud of the country. It's 29% among Democrats. It's 90% among Republicans. Look at that staggering gap between the parties. Look at it on the other end here. Only a little or not proud at all. It's 36% among Democrats. That number among Democrats, it's higher on the low end there than it is on the extremely proud end, and it's only 3% for Republicans. So a massive partisan divide on that question of being proud to be an American.
Yeah, so because they hate Trump they've decided that they're going to ruin President Trump's efforts to beautify D.C., to make D.C. livable, to make D.C. a fun place to be. They're like, you know what? We're going to ruin all that, okay? And they've been doing that by vandalizing the Capitol. Like, for example, you see this huge 8647 thing that was created in the grass of the National Mall. Yeah. That's what these individuals are doing, right? That is what these Trump deranged lunatics are doing, right? You have liberals creating crop circles of 8647, which is a threat, right? They're basically threatening to kill the president at the National Mall. Okay? These are the type of lunatics that we're dealing with, but yet the mainstream liberal media is shocked, Pikachu face, that the president is now issuing mass arrests of these liberals who are obviously vandalizing the...
That's crazy. Go ahead and vandalize the place after the man has spent millions of dollars getting it back together, you know what I'm saying, making it beautified. Now I want to call it victimhood because they want to vandalize it because they don't like how it looks because the president, Trump, doing it. If Kamala Harris or Joe Biden had done something to it, they wouldn't have touched it because Trump making it nice, they wouldn't have prayed it. They had issues with it. The Trump derangement is insane. Why you want to vandalize the place? It's good. Now that you guys being held accountable for vandalizing, now it's an issue. Don't touch it. Don't vandalize a place. Don't go over there and touch it. You can't get in trouble if you wasn't there. Reaching your hand out, touching it. Yeah, y'all people are crazy. On the real. So I was Democrat Party always doing something stupid. And they get caught 4K. I didn't do nothing. Yes, you did. It's right there in 4K. Crazy.
The reflecting pool.
Why do you do it? I was yelling at the Oklahoma State troopers. Why?
You can talk to me. Why you gotta talk to my mom? We referring to Tracy. I'm a grown man. I don't need my mother for this.
I was yelling at them. I know, but why were you yelling at them? Because they're here. But Oklahoma State troopers. I know, but why would you be yelling at them? Like, just because they're here? I'm just trying to have a better understanding.
Right, Democrat Party takes the cake on every goddamn thing. Mass shooting, murderings, all this stuff. School shooting, stabbing, all of that. Kamala Anthony family. You can tell they Democrats. You know they voted for Kamala Harris. It's obvious. If he took the plea deal, this would have been the latest case, and they would have had less money. But since they ain't took the plea deal, they got the money. Now he getting 35 years. You can't take a weapon to school anyway.
Boo. If you love the boo, lick it. Charlie.
Are the contractors who do the initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it
No,
the
we had vandalism. You know, we have I think 290, 300 foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. Or we had people lifting up the basic, it's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested and 5 people are under investigation right now. And it's a sad thing. In addition to that, we put brand new, beautiful grass all around. They put these massive letters on the grass. You probably know about that, right? And they said 8647. They probably got that from the dirty cop, Comey. You know he's a dirty cop, don't you? Dirty cop. He's a crooked guy. They destroyed the grass. So that's a big thing. But we're going to get it back very soon.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that? Do you have any proof of this?
We didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah, we have proof. Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof? You think that's proof?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned.
Well,
there's no evidence.
All you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. See the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very violently. The same thing with the floor. They cut it. And then they lifted it. They pulled it. And that's what it is.
Okay, the biggest story in the mainstream liberal media that they've been talking about, because again, they want to use it to smear the president, is the fact that there's an algae bloom in the reflecting pool, okay, which some of it is just the natural process of the fact that you have a large body of water in the middle of a swamp in the middle of the summer, right? Getting a lot of sunlight. Yeah, you're going to have some of that happen, okay? But clearly there's sabotage going on. Clearly, liberals are trying to vandalize the reflecting pool project because, again, they want to make Trump look bad. And the media has been cheering this on, right? They've been rooting for the reflecting pool to end up a disaster for President Trump. That is what they've been cheering for. And now they're upset because liberals are being arrested en masse for vandalizing the reflecting pool, which goes directly against that narrative that what is happening to the reflecting pool is because of Trump incompetence or, whatever they're putting out there, right? So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this because, again, the fact that you have liberals being arrested for this stuff, it cuts directly against the narrative from the media that what is happening in the reflecting pool is because Trump is incompetent and he doesn't know what he's doing and yada, 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 which, again, is the narrative that they want to push.
Filling the reflecting pool here in Washington and peeling paint are leading to vandalism claims from the president and criticism from Democrats. Trump is now threatening vandals with a 10-year prison sentence for defacing the newly renovated landmark. Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley took his critique to social media, saying, quote, after railing about waste, fraud, and abuse, the Trump administration spent $14 million on a reflecting pool reno that's now peeling and chock full of algae. I'm pressing to get answers for this embarrassing waste of resources.
That's what they mean. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do.
The reflecting pool is renovated, and this happened under Obama as well, too.
That's what they're trying to do, make Trump look bad. On the real. If it was a Democratic Party, they had no problem with that. It was a rainbow color stuff going on, they'd be all celebrating. But since Trump got it all masculine, manly stuff going on, they tripping. That's crazy, man. The man love America. We love America.
There's been an algae bloom.
He keeping it clean. Why not? We got all these people from tourists and around the world coming to see the Washington Monument and tourism. Why not have it clean?
After the renovations, right? Again, a lot of this is natural. Okay, it's a natural process. The Obama administration spent tens of millions of dollars on the same thing and got the same result, but yet.
And I believe some of these people is tripping, you know what I'm saying? They haven't even been in Washington, D.C. If you keep D.C. clean, it's a beautiful place. But if you keep it nasty, man, it looks bad on us. You get the White House right there and D.C. looking bad like that. That's not cool.
Back then, apparently liberals didn't care, right? They didn't want to investigate that, right? But now, when it happens under Trump, now they got to investigate it, right? Now this is a big deal. It's the #1 news story in the country.
So you said painting blue caused the algae? They should have known better.
And opened up a month ago. Looks like nothing was done. It's real nasty. The pool was closed for almost 2 years and underwent a $34 million renovation project.
It'd be nice if it was clearer water so that one could reflect without seeing the algae.
The first thought was, oh, that's kind of nasty.
Yeah. So again, who would have thought a large body of water in the middle of a swamp? It requires a lot of money to maintain the beauty, okay, especially during the summer, right? That's just kind of the cost of maintenance if you want to have beautiful stuff in the middle of a swamp, right? Common sense. Again, it happened under Obama, and Democrats at the time saw no issues with it, right? Everybody just chalked it up and, well, see, hey, you know,
see what I'm saying, Chad?
natural process. Happens under Trump. Oh, this is a disaster, right? A huge scandal. It's amazing.
See that how the flip-flops Trump, Chad? That's what I be talking about, man. Like I said, I'm not here to defend Trump. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really. Because nobody's perfect. We all here make mistakes. We all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect, period. But it's just the hypocrisy when it comes when Trump does something, everybody just go up in arms with it. Oh, Biden does it. Obama does it. Oh, that's okay to just brush it off. Let me just show you, 2012, they was cool with it in 2012. 2026, oh my God, it's the end of the world.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But again, clearly there's sabotage, right? This is more than just a natural occurrence. There's sabotage here, which is why you have all these liberals being arrested. And the media can't handle the truth. Democrats can't handle the truth.
President Trump says the reflecting pool will probably need to be drained again and work will begin immediately. This to fix what some consider just to be a really bad repair job. He says it is.
I thought they were about the gas prices and all that. Y'all worry about some doggone algae. Come on, you liberals, Democrats. Y'all worry about the wrong stuff, man. First, I thought y'all about the gas prices. Now y'all worry about some algae. This is nature.
Vandalism. Several people were arrested over the weekend for allegedly vandalizing the pool, including a 3-time U.S. Olympian. The president claimed that some of them were pouring toxic chemicals into the water. They say they were just touching the paint at the bottom that was peeling off.
Hey, if I see somebody with a blue, he probably had a septic ring nose and a blue hair. You know what I'm saying? He probably by the water touching it. He don't know what y'all got going on. Especially y'all blue hair people. Not all of y'all, but some of y'all with the blue hair. Y'all statistics show that y'all need your booster shots. You got like 4 or 5 counselors, motivational coach, all type of weird shit going on. So he don't know what y'all doing with that water. Or y'all trying to caulk half the spill on it. I don't know. But now that the water clean, y'all want to trip about it. That's crazy. Yeah. Anything in the power, though, you know what I'm saying, to just discredit the man. Period. That's crazy. And we voted for him. 75 million people voted for him. And half the world, if not the world, loves this man. You get people in Nigeria praying and crying out to Trump to come over there and help them stop assassinating the Christians over there. Black Christians, African Christians, not the white ones, but these are black ones that's crying out for Trump to help them out over there. I seen a few clips over there on X. So other than that, man, nobody's perfect. And you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing about it. Yeah, CNN brainwashed a lot of these boomers, man. A lot of these boomers get brainwashed. They can't brainwash on my generation. I'm 43. I was kind of raised to vote blue no matter who. Or the white man bad. Like, no, that's when y'all was growing up around that time. Right now, I'm growing up, I ain't experienced none of that. Well, I don't even sit down and watch Fox News either. I don't watch none of the news, really. I mostly read, and also I be checking out Ground News. Check out Ground News, read them. They real cool when it comes to information. They got it what it's called the right, center, and left, and then they got it called blind spot. But yeah, check out Ground News. Good information for them.
Tom, I know you spent a lot of time there over the last few days. I'm glad to see you are not in federal custody. You're here to report on what you have seen.
Yeah, talk about money literally down the drain. They're talking about draining this thing now, and I guess kind of starting over to repair what happened. What the White House and other officials are claiming is that people went in there and at some point slashed or sort of pulling up this material from the bottom down there, this hard sort of plastic material that's all this blue. You hear it called paint. It seems to be more of a true liner that was sort of formed there. Nonetheless, it is coming up in some places. We don't know how many really. And they're fighting the continuing algae problem. And if you listen to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, they are...
Right Critical 509, Right Critical. You know what I'm saying? They got nothing else to talk about with some damn algae. That makes no sense. And it's making the news headlines as if the algae is causing an outbreak or something. It's just fucking algae. It's not causing an outbreak. It's not contaminated. Nobody fell into it where their skin caused acid burns or anything. These people are insane.
Pledging to use the full weight of the law to go after anybody who's messing with any of it. Listen to her.
And there are several citations that have been handed out to individuals, and these are cases that will be prosecuted to the full extent. If there are more serious products that are put into the reflecting pool to create more algae or a bigger problem, then we'll consider more serious charges.
Subscribe
Here's
if
the
you
thing,
haven't
there's
already.
no evidence being offered by the authorities that any of this happened, especially this idea of adding chemicals that cause the algae. In fact, all the experts we have talked to have suggested from the beginning that the liner itself was perhaps not a great idea. Dark blue would spur more algae growth by capturing more heat. That was one of their ideas. And that algae this time of year has always been very common here, and that nothing that they did to renovate this pool would have addressed that issue. That's why it continues.
Yeah. So if you're acknowledging that, right? If you're acknowledging that, hey, a lot of this is natural, then why all the criticism of it happening in the first place, right? Why are people trying to say, well, it was a bad renovation job? If you know that some of this is happening because, again, it's natural and there's not that much they can do to prevent it. Again, it's amazing how that works, right? Amazing how the media admits that, a lot of this is natural, right? But furthermore, also on top of that, how do you know there's no evidence of vandalism when, again, we literally have pro-algae protesters. We have 86.7. Clearly, they're willing to vandalize the National Mall, right? They're willing to create crop circles. 86-47, threats against the president. They're willing to do that, okay? But you mean to tell me that they're not willing to sabotage the reflecting pool as, again, they protest at the reflecting pool? Again, these people make me sick. The media makes me sick. Okay, they make me sick.
Yeah, they love Trump the View.
Stupid. They think that we're dumb.
They sat on the couch with him and everything. They hugged the man, kissed him on the cheek and everything. They was crazy about Trump the View. All of them, just smiling. Soon the man became a Republican, besides being a Democrat, they went nuts.
Oh, they think that we're dumb. Anything to smear Trump. Anything. Even if they know the truth. They know damn well there are liberals that are actively trying to sabotage and vandalize everything that Trump is doing right now. They know that. They know that some of this is natural. But again, they got to push the narrative that, see, this was a bad renovation job. See, Trump hired a bad company. He's incompetent, right? That's the narrative that they're pushing. When clearly they know the truth. They know the truth. So, yeah, I mean, why would anybody be touching the reflecting pool at this point? If they're actively renovating and making repairs to the reflecting pool, why would anybody be touching anything? You shouldn't be touching anything at all. You shouldn't be messing with anything. I'm assuming they allow people to walk around it, to run and to, look at it or whatever, but you shouldn't be doing anything that they're telling you not to do, including touching the debris that's coming up. Don't do any of that, right? Shouldn't be doing any of it. At all. They're actively trying to repair it. Why are you touching it? Why are you messing with it? So yeah, they're going to be arrested. And liberals have been arrested because they are actively trying to sabotage it. It is what it is.
very bright green. We do know from one person who was arrested, a former Olympian, David Hearn, a man who competed for this country. He says he was arrested because he was touching the surface there. He competed in the slalom canoe for the United States. He said he was touching the bottom of it because the material, he's trained in material sciences. He was just curious what the stuff was, but that he made no difference to it. He didn't damage it. He didn't break it. There was nothing about the reflecting pool that was in any different condition after I left there.
Did it ask you for your expertise, bro? I see they asked, hey, man, we need you to come down and touch this pool and let us know what you think. You know what I'm saying? They didn't ask you for your expertise. Come on, man.
Than it had before I went there yesterday. I didn't remove anything. I didn't break, tear, peel, or rip, or destroy anything, and yet he says he was taken into custody for several hours. We have been trying.
Yeah. So remember, the initial story was that, well, see, he had just picked up a piece of the debris that was floating in the water. That was it. Now the story has evolved to, well, see, he specializes in material sciences. So he was just, touching the bottom of it, right, in order to inspect the material. That is a completely different story than what we initially was told in regards to why this guy was arrested. Now it's, well, see, he had his hands in the water and he was touching the bottom of it, right?
Damn.
But he wasn't peeling anything off. He was just examining the material, right?
Right, he's a scientist.
He wasn't really vandalizing. He wasn't peeling anything, right?
He's a scientist and a Marine, something like that. Yeah, he got skills in that. He went to school for it. Wow. That's insane, man. Why would y'all care before Trump touched it? Nobody didn't care about it. Now Trump get it fixed. Now I want to complain. These people, it's insufferable. And these are voters. We got to outvote these people because these people get out there and vote with no problem. They don't got no jobs. So they out here just want chaos. Something for free.
He just picked up the material that was already floating there. Again,
shit, I was a Democrat. I'm 43. I had voted for Trump. I voted for Obama. Of course I voted for Trump. But I voted for Obama the first term. I wish I didn't. Wish I had done my research, but I was young thinking, hey, Democrat, he's black. Why not? But I learned my lesson. Got red pill, I'm gonna stay red pill. No red, I'm on red pill. I'm not gonna switch. No black pill here. No blue pill, just red. USA, baby. USA.
What's the story? It's amazing. It's amazing how the story is now changing. It's almost as if it's likely that he probably was vandalizing it, right? But again, the media is going to run whatever story he comes up with in order to defend himself as if it's factual. And, everybody that's arrested, they'll have their day in court in order to prove whether or not they actually vandalized it. And, some of them, if they're found guilty, they can face up to 10 years in prison, which I hope they do, to be honest with you.
Get authorities to give us any more information on who the other people are and what exactly they supposedly did that now has the President of the United States saying they ruined his great big project. Nothing yet. All we know is that this is 14 million.
All is welcome to the channel. All is welcome to the channel. Just no bots. We all have a disagreement. You know what I'm saying? You don't got like Trump. It's all good. Let's learn from each other and grow from each other. I believe in unity. All I ask, no bots and no trolls. Because nobody's better than nobody. Like, share, and subscribe. Common Sense Channel. Facts over feelings. Let's get it.
Dollars, 7 times more than the original prediction made by the president for the cost of this, and there are no real signs that the pool is any better off for all of it. John?
Yeah. And again, under the Obama administration, he spent more than that. Right?
Damn. See what I'm saying, y'all? Wow. Do y'all research. But that's crazy.
But in that, and again, you had a similar issue. Again, it's just amazing how the narrative here from the media, they really, really, really want to push this narrative that this is incompetence, this is a waste of tax dollars, yada, yada, yada. That's what they really want to push. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. They're not sticking with the facts. They're not asking real questions. They're not doing any real journalism. It's just straight propaganda. It's crazy to me. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, 14 million already. That's not counting what it will cost to drain it again, maybe paint the bottom again, and do the whole
Still less than Obama. Still less than the Democrats spent on it.
thing over again.
Yeah, they wanted it by July 4th, which is closing in really fast. So it's hard to imagine that all of that could be done fast. And by the way, the sped up schedule to get it done fast has a lot of experts saying, well, that.
Good morning, beautiful Bill. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. Good morning. USA, baby.
That was the key problem. This needed to be done slowly, methodically, over time, and you tried to rush it, and that created a problem.
And still no comment from the algae. Tom Foreman, thank you for your reporting on all of this. Appreciate it. With us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honing. If these people, as they say, were touching floating paint pieces in the pool, is that really a crime?
Well, if that's indeed all that happened, John, then no, there is no federal crime for merely touching federal property. There is, of course, a federal law that prohibits people from destroying or damaging federal property. And by the way, if you want some instances where that's been easy to apply, look, for example, at January 6th. Dozens of those rioters were charged with destroying property at the Capitol. Or, more recently, look at examples of anti-ICE protesters who were charged and convicted for destroying government property if they destroyed government vehicles or damaged government buildings. In this case, it's all going to come down to this in all of these cases. If these people were leaning into the reflecting pool and ripping up or tearing up that lining, then yes, this law could apply at its lower levels. But if all they were doing was leaning in out of curiosity and touching the lining or touching floating paint, then no, there is no crime to that.
So the line may be between touching and pulling. Let's say they were pulling here, Ellie. What kind of a crime are we talking about here specifically?
So it's the dividing line here is $1,000. If a person causes more than $1,000 of damage to federal property, then it's going to be a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison. All of these cases, however, including the ones who've been charged, are going to be misdemeanors because it's under $1,000. Now, that's really important because...
Well, we don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. I mean, you guys keep talking about how much it's going to cost, millions of dollars. We really don't know that yet, okay? I think it's a little premature to say it's less than $1,000 to fix what these people are doing. Again, you're talking about pulling up the lining, and you got to...
Good morning, Matt. Good morning.
I think that's going to be more than $1,000, right? They could be facing felonies, okay? They could be facing prison.
Misdemeanors are procedurally different from felonies. First of all, the max penalty on a misdemeanor is just 1 year in prison. Almost nobody ever goes to prison on a first-time misdemeanor. Also, in a misdemeanor, prosecutors don't actually have to go to a grand jury to indict. They can do it unilaterally under a document called the criminal information. And last and most importantly, depending on what level of misdemeanor it is, a person may or may not be entitled to a jury trial. So if a person's charged with what we call a Class A misdemeanor, which these would be, you can get a jury trial. But if you're charged with the lower level misdemeanors, Class B and C, then you're not entitled to a jury trial. You just have to go to a judge. But the cyclist, for example, is charged with the Class A misdemeanor. So he's going to have an option of having his case adjudicated either by a judge or a jury. That's going to be up to him.
And what would you maybe advise him here? Or what would he be thinking in terms of whether a jury trial would be good for him?
You know, a lot of misdemeanor defendants waive the jury trial and say, I'll just go with the judge. But in this case, if I was advising this guy, I would tell them 100% you are taking your jury trial because this is Washington, D.C. Donald Trump, we know, is very unpopular in D.C. In all three elections that he ran for president, he got under 10% of the vote in D.C. Start with that. We've also seen evidence that D.C. grand juries and jury trial juries have been rejecting some of these cases that they see as political. We've seen D.C. grand juries refuse to indict protesters, anti-ICE protesters. We've seen D.C. grand juries reject the potential case against Senator Mark Kelly and other Democrats. We've seen a D.C. trial jury reject the case, you'll remember this, of the individual who threw the Subway sandwich at an ICE agent, even though he did it on tape. So if I'm advising this defendant, I'd say take note of that. These D.C. juries and grand juries, they've had enough with what they see as political prosecutions, and I think that would be his best chance.
So AKA is rigged.
Damn.
It's rigged. There you have it. That's them saying that in liberal D.C., it's hard for the Trump administration to win cases because is rigged, right? Liberals are so Trump deranged that they're going to allow crime, right? They're going to allow chaos just because they hate Trump. They're going to allow federal property to be destroyed and damaged because they hate Trump. Again, proof. Here's CNN telling you liberals hate America. They hate America, and they also hate Trump. And because they hate Trump, they hate America. This is what you get as a result, right? This is what you get. They're totally fine with letting criminals and vandals walk away, people who assault federal agents, okay? They're totally fine with all
action behind me.
On a ballot?
Yes.
How much they pay you?
$5.
So reports are coming out of California that the needy are being paid to vote. Meanwhile, election results here take weeks to calculate, and while officials defend this process as working as designed, it's a process that has seen candidates who were in tears on election night emerge victorious later. And now the Department of Justice is looking into what they say are credible allegations and evidence of wrongdoing.
Oh, they said, here, come and vote for these candidates?
Yes, sir.
They told you who to vote for?
Karen Bass. That's what I say, Bass.
Karen Bass?
DDHQ projected Nithya Raman will pull ahead of reality TV star Spencer Pratt. And here's why Trump's angry, because on election night, Pratt was a solid second. Raman was once a distant third place, and she herself thought she was done.
And this is the California vote counting slog in action. Behind me, a group just went on break, and off in the distance, you see another group.
I don't think there's wide-scale fraud. I think there's the potential of it because we can't, we do ballot harvesting, we do all the mail-in stuff, we do all the stuff that fraudsters could exploit. So we could fix the problem by just doing it how other states did it.
I think that the election was rigged against Spencer Pratt. You have election fraud that's already been discovered in California with them paying homeless people to register. And then on top of that, you have all the hospice fraud. Like, are we really supposed to expect that nothing else bad is happening? I mean, come on, give me a break.
So in California, there's a big difference between when the election happens and when everything gets wrapped up. And that's got people asking questions, including the Department of Justice. But even though nobody involved in this process has been convicted of anything right now, nobody watching what's happening here feels good about it, except, of course, the folks who will advance to the next round of these highly contested elections. After all, how could they feel bad about a system in which they were victorious? Now, of course, just because someone won does not mean there's a problem. But the entire country saw how candidate Nithya Raman gave what to many looked like a tearful speech to only see her stage a comeback no poll indicated she was capable of. Now, again, that doesn't mean the system is fraudulent, but there's been other weird things happening in California as well, with recent instances of people being convicted for paying people for votes. On top of that, the Department of Justice is looking into California's vote counting system, because things here are not done the way they are done in other states. And even if the system is ironclad, if it takes 3 weeks to count votes, a system that takes that long is going to need protection for that entire time, as the chain of execution takes a lot longer, which makes it a tempting target for the wrong people. And that's the real reason the Department of Justice is now getting involved. And they're saying they've got credible allegations that something really wrong has happened here, which they can't reveal yet, but which have brought them to start looking around and digging, which is why every American needs to look into the explosive interviews with the homeless who insist they are still getting money in exchange for something, and how state officials at the highest levels who were under federal investigation may have knowingly or unknowingly set up a system that behaves unexpectedly like this.
That's how they vote in California.
Just like you're crooked. This is what he's so mad about. Over the weekend, DDHQ projected Nithya Raman will pull ahead of reality TV star Spencer Pratt in the Los Angeles mayor's race and make it to the runoff. So it's going to be progressive against ultra progressive. And here's why Trump's angry, because on election night, Pratt was a solid second. Raman was once a distant third place, and she herself thought she was done.
That's very strange. Now, I cannot remember a time when a candidate went out there on election night and essentially admitted defeat to then come back and stage one of the biggest political comebacks in history. Does that mean there's fraud? No, that's not evidence, but it's just very weird. I can't remember this ever happening before.
Every person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in the city.
Well, there's another problem certain news organizations are pointing out. Watch this.
Very much the case, Nicole, and this is the California vote counting slog in action. Behind me, a group just went on break, and off in the distance you see another group. This is the extraction process where workers physically take the ballots out of envelopes for the signature verification process. The work here is expected.
So I don't know if you've ever been to a bank or a car dealership or even T-Mobile, but no place that handles paperwork from anybody has it laying around in bins. Now, I realize this is a postal operation and a vote tabulating system all in one, but just this doesn't look organized or secure. You have stuff that's all over the place. You have someone sweeping the floors in front of what could be sensitive voting information. Do accidents happen? Does stuff get knocked over? Does stuff get put in the wrong place? Now, in full transparency, you can see into this vote counting operation. There are election observers who are supposed to watch out for that stuff. But because this is such a long, drawn-out process, people are starting to ask questions. But before we get into what those are...
I've been propositioned with bank fraud, phone fraud, voter fraud.
What's going on with this situation with the homeless? Because someone was just convicted, but according to the New York Post, it's still going on.
There is no blue wave. They can no longer gerrymander no more. So that's why they're crying. They're crying about the voter's ID, and they also crying about this whole doggone gerrymander. So no, that's a red wave. Ain't no blue wave. We good to go. USA, baby. USA. Welcome to the chat. 8918, welcome to the chat.
That's what I say, Bassett.
Karen Bass, yeah, or Nithya Raman.
Karen.
Karen, they told you to vote for Karen?
Yeah, they had to sign a little thing.
That's, how much they pay you?
It's like $2.
$2?
Wow.
Oh, to sign off on a thing to vote for her?
Yeah.
They say, oh, do you want to vote for Karen or Nithya? Or they just really just tell you to vote for Karen, huh?
Well, they was really vote her, man. They gave you an optional choice, but they tell you who they want you to vote for.
Oh, wow.
They tell you who you want to vote for. So like, yo, we'll give you $2, and so you got to vote for one of these people.
Well, you know, I'm a barter, man. So I got $4.
You got what?
$4.
So he says he bargained up and was able to get $4. Now, this, again, until someone is convicted, these are all allegations. But why would 3 different people all come out and tell a journalist the exact same story and say that they were paid very small amounts of money? This does line up with a conviction that recently happened where a woman pled guilty, doing the exact sort of thing that's happening here. But the other part of this that's very interesting is just because this happened, that in and of itself is not proof that perhaps the candidate that benefited from it had something to do with it. Now, definitely people are going to say, hey, there's got to be a connection. They're telling people on the street to vote a certain way, and then that candidate gets the vote. Of course, there's a connection. Well, there may be. That's why the Department of Justice is getting involved in all of this.
Still circulating online. Even the mayoral candidate, Spencer Pratt, pointed out that the amount at one time, the difference between him and Nithya Raman was about the same amount of people that are homeless in the city of Los Angeles. So that had to start looking into what exactly are the rules, especially after some...
Right, it was 40,000 homeless people, and all of a sudden you got 40,000 votes to be ahead of Spencer Pratt. That's insane. The same exact number of homeless people was the same exact number she got to beat up Spencer Pratt. Amazing. Yeah, Red Nation, baby. Red, red, red.
Information was put out there saying that there are more people with their address registered to vote at the LA Mission, for example, than actually the LA Mission has beds to offer. So what are the rules? Well, we looked at federal guidelines. We even asked the registrar and the state. And here's the answer. Is people who are experiencing homelessness, or really anybody who doesn't have a permanent address, can use a homeless shelter as their address, even if they don't live there permanently. They can also use simply an intersection or a park. The idea, according to the registrar's office, is to get that person registered to vote in the area in the district that they live. So if you look at voter registrations and you see that one particular homeless shelter has more people registered to vote than beds they have, that's not unusual. That would be common with somebody who at one point lived there or still gets mail there. And that's
so apparently everything that's happening in California is by the rules. But what's interesting about that is these rules almost seem as if they lend themselves to conspiracy theories, if you could put it that way. Now, we don't have proof yet that something has happened here, but this isn't something that only a few people have questions about. Watch.
I'm not saying it's rigged. I'm saying it stinks to high heaven, and everybody knows that.
People can just dig through garbage cans, find ballots, and send them in, apparently forever after an election is over. It's not okay. It's got to come to an end, and people need to go to jail.
There is only one reason to design an election in this way, and it's to control the outcome.
But what evidence is there to prove that there was rigged?
I don't. Some of these efforts are so diabolical and so far upstream that it's impossible to prove. But I think everybody knows instinctively something is wrong here.
So you've got elected officials, you've got people on the internet, you've got candidates. Everyone says that just something is wrong. And you know what would end all of this? A federal investigation. And that's why the Justice Department is getting involved, because regardless of the outcome here, what needs to happen is it needs to be made sure and made certain that there's no foul play. That's the only thing people have a problem with here, is the idea that there is something wrong going on and that somebody wants something they weren't entitled to. That's what everybody watching this has a problem with. And the idea that that could be happening is what has people talking. And we've also seen other strange allegations over the last few months that make you ask even more questions.
The issue is how the election was designed. Democrats created California's election laws to ensure they always win. Things like unlimited ballot harvesting, people going out and finding ballots and bringing them in, totally legal in California, not in most other states. 100% vote by mail, meaning every registered voter gets a ballot. Often dead people, often people who moved. That means there's a lot of extra ballots floating around. No ID needed to vote or to register. These types of policies allowed a woman to register her dog to vote, and the dog voted multiple times. Wow. They only caught her because she turned herself in. Here is a picture of Maya the dog with an I voted sticker on it and Maya the dog's ballot.
So the thing that this has people asking questions about is, if someone deliberately tries to exploit the system and it's not caught, what does that mean? This person turned themselves in. They did it to apparently document this process and expose flaws with the process. It looks like they've gone and done that. But people are saying, hey, if this dog was able to do this, is this happening? Are other people's pets engaging in the same behavior? See, this is what people want to have answers to. But what about the system of counting the votes itself? Why does it take so long? Is that an anomaly? Is that how it's designed? And what are the powers that be saying about that?
California's robust mail-in ballot system means every eligible registered voter gets a ballot delivered to their doorstep.
To try to make it as easy as possible for voters to participate in their democracy.
After Election Day, officials now have 13 days to count ballots under a new law by Assemblymember Mark Berman, down from 30 days.
Probably more that we can do to count those ballots faster, but that does not mean that there's fraud in our elections.
Those claims amplified by President Donald Trump and other Republican leaders.
So the allegation here is that you've got this system that does things that no other system does. The idea that every single registered voter has a ballot mailed to them, yes. Does that increase participation in elections? Absolutely. But now you've got to have a whole separate verification process for that in a way that was never around for mail-in ballots. As somebody that grew up in the 90s, I remember when votes used to be counted and tallied on election night. And there were mail-in ballots back then, but they were such a small percentage of the overall vote. You would still know who won on election night because you could say, well, since 90% of people were voting in person on election night, if we have results from that and we know how many outstanding mail-in ballots there are, we know if those need to come in or not to even affect the result of this materially. So people had more confidence in a system in the past. And now that the system has changed and takes a long time, people want to know what's going on.
It's not like we can point to a lot of fraud, and there's been a lot of investigations of the process. Are you worried that saying, this is obviously rigged because Pratt had so many votes early on? He had votes early on because they count the day of voters first. And the mail-in vote is huge and is disproportionately Democrat. We shouldn't be surprised by this.
No, I think what it does is it opens the door to potential fraud, which then gets people talking about it and accusations of fraud. So it's essentially saying, I don't think there's wide-scale fraud. I think there's the potential of it because we can't, we do ballot harvesting, we do all the mail-in stuff, we do all the stuff that fraudsters could exploit. So
that's why people are asking questions. Is there proof it's been exploited on a scale that would change the results materially? No, it has not. But that's not what the Justice Department says. They say there's something going on in California, and they say it's worth investigating. And that's why there is now a federal investigation of this whole process.
We do have big questions about fraud in California. Let's just deal with the facts for a second. We do have election fraud. We charged a case just last month. I'm not sure if you covered it, but there was an individual who was caught on video paying homeless people in Skid Row to register to vote with false information. That's not a theory. That's not a suspicion. That is a case that we filed, and she has pled guilty to that. So that's a conviction. So we have multiple cases in that vein open on election fraud. Now, the question that, you ask him many is it widespread? How much is it? No. Is it enough to sway an election? Well, the answer is we don't know. No, you can't say no. You haven't done an investigation.
The purpose of the U.S. government is to serve the interests of the people. And if people have questions about something, there needs to be an investigation. It needs to be looked into. People need to know and understand.
Dustin, you said just watched a channel showing where 70% of Republicans went to vote and was told they had already voted. Damn.
That everything's fair and square, because if people don't, people are going to have questions. They're not going to trust their government. The whole system's going to break down. So you have to have an investigation, whether or not a certain person may or may not think that the investigation is even warranted. If people have questions about something, like the UFO thing, we keep investigating UFOs because people have questions. If the government says, no, we're not going to investigate UFOs ever again, what do you think that's going to do to people who say there's some conspiracy? The conspiracies are going to go through the roof, and people aren't going to get any answers. That's why a lot of this information is getting released now with the whole UFO thing. You have to do something to tackle this stuff. You have to get ahead of it, whether or not you even think it's real. But there's more. Listen to this.
Okay. Under federal law, we're entitled to audit California's voter rolls. Under multiple civil rights statutes, we're entitled to audit those. Yes, you are. The state is resisting.
Yes, you are.
Why is that?
I know.
Why are they resisting?
It's a bad look.
The best way to deal with all this is to have transparency and to give people, like Chris, I don't care what the outcome of the election is. We want people to have confidence in the systems and that the laws are being followed.
I agree.
So when California lets you register to vote with a gym card, that is not a good system. When you can register to vote with a debit card, that's not a good system. When you don't clean your voter rolls, that is not a good system. When you legalize ballot harvesting, which is illegal in most states with no chain of custody, not a good system. And then you ask us, why do we have evidence of wide-scale fraud? Because
the last part is inaccurate.
What's inaccurate?
The last part.
So nobody has a problem with a process or an outcome if you can observe that process and just verify simply that, hey, things here seem okay. Like you go to the bank, you give them your money, they put it in your account, they give you a receipt, and you can check in online banking and say, hey, there's a credit on my account. I mean, that's a verifiable process. You don't have to worry after that the bank is then going to take money out of your account and just spend it on whatever they want, because you'll be able to see right away if something weird like that happens. So we like processes that are simple and that are verifiable. We don't like processes that are convoluted, that take a long time, that perhaps don't have the level of transparency that some people would want. And then he brings up a good point here. He says, look, the state is resisting some of this auditing that the federal government is entitled to do. Why are they resisting? Well, that just creates more conspiracies when you do something like that, whether you think it's warranted or not.
And the state saying no is a bad look. That's what I said, a bad look. All right, so I'm with you. But if you were to say to a judge, Your Honor, we don't know that they didn't do it, that is a standard. Now, it works in politics, not in law. That's what I want to make sure you know how to keep straight.
We have not charged the state of California with wide-scale voter fraud. We're conducting an investigation. We have not brought a case, and I guarantee you, when we do bring cases, we will have plenty of evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. That is how we work. That is how we speak. I have not provided any specifics on any case. I've simply told you there is evidence of voter fraud. We are looking into it, and when we're ready to bring those cases, you'll see the evidence. You'll see the case. We'll make it in a court of law.
He says there's evidence. He says that's why the federal government is here. He says that the federal government is not here some sort of political witch hunt because somebody lost a mayoral election. They're saying that there is actual evidence, but because it's part of an investigation, can't be released yet. But when the court case happens, then everybody will see. I guess now the only thing that doesn't really help with the conspiracies is what is that evidence? Now everybody wants to know. We can look at recent videos. We can look at recent reports. We can observe how these systems work and come to our own conclusions. But until there's an actual investigation and there are actual charges and a judge pronounces or a jury pronounces somebody innocent or guilty, we don't have an answer here. But it sounds like we're going to very soon.
You'll see the evidence. You'll see the case. We'll make it in a court of law. But we want to instill confidence in the elections, which is why we are seeking to audit the voter.
Hey, y'all, and welcome to Political. A brawl. My name is Brian, and Nigel Farage doesn't just roast that rascal Jamie Raskin. He reminds them of just how incompetently and moronic he and his Democrat ideas really are. Let's dive in.
I imagine that in a hearing about threats to freedom of speech abroad, we might hear from a Russian dissident about Putin's massive violations of political freedom, or the death of Alexei Navalny in prison, or maybe a journalist about the Saudi Crown Prince's assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, the Washington Post writer who demanded freedom from religious persecution and oppression in Saudi Arabia. But no, the dictators of the world have got nothing to fear from this hearing. The Republicans called it to attack our democratic
That's crazy.
looks awesome.
Do you think it looks awesome?
Yep.
It wasn't broke. They shouldn't have tried to fix it.
Oh, it's an embarrassment. It's a total embarrassment, just like the entire administration.
What's wrong with it, you think, specifically?
Seriously?
Specifically, yeah. What's wrong with the pool?
You have been listening, paying attention to the news. What's wrong with it?
Oh, I did just take a look at it with my own eyes, and it doesn't look that bad. Maybe you should not check the news so much.
It looks awesome.
You think it looks awesome?
It looks great. Do you know what it used to look like? It was disgusting.
I do, yeah, it was.
It's like the Constitutional Gardens over there. It was disgusting.
It was like glowing green before.
You couldn't get near it. This is gorgeous. This is beautiful. I don't know why people are so pissed off.
Hey guys, this is Matt Miller with Politibrawl. Today I'm here in Washington, D.C. at the Reflecting Pool, the hottest button issue in America today. As CNN and the Democrats try to say that President Trump screwed up this project, that this is a disgusting swamp that's covered in algae and green. So I wanted to come down here with my own eyes and look for myself. And actually, not to, spoiler warning here, it looks pretty damn good. I've lived in the city here for 7 years. I've seen it when it really was truly covered in algae, disgusting, covered in duck poop. It needed a renovation, and President Trump, I think, improved it 100-fold. But let's go talk to some people and see what they think of the Reflecting Pool project. Let's see what they have to say. What is your impression of the Reflecting Pool?
Well, I wish it were a little less green, and I wish it hadn't cost $14 million to make green.
Okay. Would you say it doesn't look nice to you? Like, is it in a good state, or?
No, I wouldn't say so. I liked how it was, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, before they did whatever they did to it.
Did you see what it was like a couple years ago, or even like last year?
I saw it in like 2017, so it's been a while.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've been here for 7 years, and it used to be like glowing green.
Okay.
It used to be like really gross. So
is this better?
Yes, in my opinion, this is like objectively a lot better, a lot cleaner. It's not like Miami beach water.
Yeah.
But it does look pretty nice, I think.
Cool. I saw that the duck died overnight, so I was really sad.
Yeah.
I hope that wasn't due to the algae situation.
Yeah, people are blaming that on the algae. Other people are saying that the hydrogen peroxide that they're using to clean the algae might have done that. But that's actually safer than chlorine.
For the ducks?
From what I've read, yes. If they use chlorine in that, that's more toxic to wildlife. So hopefully they're doing it the right way. They're doing it safely. But
no, we want the ducks to survive, that's for sure.
And I ask, what do you think about President Trump's broader agenda to just make D.C. cleaner and safer and more beautiful?
Well, I'm visiting. I'm from New York, so I think that says enough about how we feel about Trump. And I'm an immigrant, so that's kind of more important to me.
Get your ass up out of here.
Gotcha, right. But big news story of the day is what is happening, what he's doing in D.C. A lot of people are very opposed to it.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think in general it's good to try to make the capital city safer, cleaner, more beautiful looking?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not reflecting. It's not reflecting? It's not reflecting. Have you heard about the algae that's been in there?
Yep. Yeah. You put dark surfaces on, heat it up, and it just creates this nastiness.
Do you think that this looks bluer or cleaner than it was before?
It's way worse. It was fine before. It wasn't broke. They shouldn't have tried to fix it.
Okay. What do you think about President Trump's effort to try to make D.C. cleaner and beautiful and build new stuff?
It was already beautiful. He didn't need to put his thumb on anything to... You see what he did, when he tried to do something, he made it worse.
He made it worse? All right. What do you think about, have you heard about the vandals that have been, some of them have been arrested, that have been trying to scrape up, I guess, the side of it?
I wouldn't call them vandals. I'd call them just trying to grab a piece of stupidity.
I mean, would you condone something like that? Would you do something like that?
I don't need to take a piece of paint home to, for any reason. But, if it shows the mess up, then,
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Kind of at a loss for words with it. It's just
you think
so
it's
ridiculous.
You think it's terrible? This is an example of President Trump trying and failing to make the city better.
Well, I don't think this hasn't had anything to do with making the city better.
What was his motive then?
Some narcissistic need to make himself feel better, and failed once again.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So this is what it looks like today. And actually, I was struck. I don't know if that's what that guy saw, but it looks great. But it's weird that two people can look at the same thing and have completely different reactions to it. I don't see any algae or contaminant. Oh, there's a tissue that blew in.
Yeah.
That must have been Trump's fault, too.
That's Trump's fault. Letitia fell in there.
I don't want to reach in there because I'm going to get arrested as one of the vandals. All right, let's keep going and talking to people. So I don't know if you guys heard, but a lot of people in American media are saying that this pool looks disgusting. It's covered in algae. It's green.
That's crazy, Chad. You know what I'm saying? Trump hooking it up. They complaining. Obama in 2012, it was terrible. Leave it like it is, dude said. Really? That's sad, man. Sad. These liberals, man. These liberals, these betas, these Karens. Yep. Good morning, everybody in the chat. Good morning. It's an hour and 26 minutes. We've been screaming. Appreciate you guys. It's been an hour and 26 minutes. Thank you. Let's continue. Good morning. Granny's Garden, good morning.
Does it look like that to you?
No.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't look green at all. I mean, presumably they clear the leaves out regularly. It seems fine. It looks nice.
Yeah. I think so too. It used to be very disgusting and full of algae and duck crap and stuff, but they recently cleaned it out. They repainted the bottom. Yeah, I agree. I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from Scotland.
I'm from London.
London?
Yeah.
So President Trump says he wants to make America's capital beautiful, safe, clean for especially for foreigners coming to visit. Do you guys get that impression being here?
Yeah, DC's been very clean. It's a nice city. This is the first time coming downtown, and yeah, it looks good. Very, welcoming to foreigners. So yeah, they're doing a good job.
Very cool. Thank you guys so much.
This is gorgeous. This is beautiful. I don't know why people are so pissed off.
So we talked to a whole handful of people that I asked the same exact question to, and they said, it looks disgusting. I've never seen it so bad. How can we...
Oh, are you kidding? This is clean.
It is,
the guy down there took a bottle of water and he filled it up. It is sparkling clean. It is clear. There's no color to it at all. It looks amazing. I live in Virginia, so I don't come down a lot. But when we've come down before, you're like, you can't even get near it. It's so disgusting. This is beautiful. I don't know how anyone can complain. Why is it so bad to clean it up? It was a disgusting.
Yeah, because
cesspool.
there was, and now there's vandals that are trying to take chunks of it out or poison it or whatever.
I know, and I'm like, what? They just have TDS. It doesn't matter.
TDS.
Whatever he does, I hate it. It doesn't matter if it makes it look nicer. I love that the National Guard are everywhere. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it that you can walk around. I'm by myself. I feel completely safe.
Do you feel safer now with the National Guard than you used to pre-National Guard?
Let's say since Trump came into office, he cleaned up D.C., and the National Guard are down here, and they arrested how many criminals? 2,000 or something that were out on the streets?
Yeah.
Because the D.C. police are overwhelmed. So the city, the people who live here can go out to dinner. They feel safe in their own streets. I only come down occasionally, but I'm perfectly fine walking by myself.
What is your impression of the reflecting pool today?
Oh, it's an embarrassment.
No, wow.
Embarrassment, just like the entire administration. It's very representative of this country right now.
What's wrong with it, you think, specifically?
Seriously?
Specifically, yeah. What's wrong with the pool?
You have been listening, paying attention to the news. What's wrong with it?
Well, I just came out here and took a look.
What's wrong with it? The no bid contract. You should really check the news if you don't know what's going on here. And
well, I did just take a look at it with my own eyes, and it doesn't look that bad. Maybe you should not check the news so much. I think that's what I would advocate people do. Stop looking at CNN to get your information. Come and look at the pool itself. It doesn't look that bad. It looks pretty damn good, actually. A lot better than it used to.
I think actually it looks not too bad. I think they ought to use some copper sulfate and make it totally blue.
Is that what would cure it, you think?
No, that would kill everything in the pond. Copper sulfate.
Is that safe for the environment, or
maybe not so much?
What do you think? We've talked to a lot of people today that said that it looked hideous, that it looked disgusting. How can we look, multiple different people look at the same thing and say it looks beautiful, and other people say it's hideous?
I don't know if it's beautiful, but it's not. Algae is a problem that's going to happen in water that heats up. So How do you get rid of it? It looks like they're trying maybe ozonation in it right now. So.
What do you think about President Trump's broader effort to clean up D.C., to make it safer, to make it more beautiful?
Well, this is my first day here, and so far it's been great.
Awesome. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Just asking people, what do they think of the reflecting pool today?
You're getting an earful, I hope.
Yeah, so far.
Pictures of it. I'm documenting it for friends who don't live here. Yeah, we live here.
What is your impression of the reflecting
pool? It's hideous. It's criminal. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the reflecting pool has been here since the 1920s. Feature of monumental Washington that visitors and residents of the city have enjoyed for decades. The hubris, the arrogance behind this failed project is just horrendous.
Could you elaborate on that? What's the
$17 million of my tax dollars are in it. Yeah, it's awful. It's going to take a long time to recover. Who knows what they're doing to treat it now? It's very hard to tell.
Yeah, I think the initial, what he was trying to do was paint the bottom, to repaint it.
Yeah, we know what he was trying to do.
And then to clean it. And then, so what went wrong?
It was a vanity project, a $17 million vanity project, like so much else of what he's done to monumental Washington.
Okay.
It's abhorrent.
But maybe for somebody on the other side, what is wrong with trying to clean the pool or repaint it?
Nothing. And administrations over the decades have all tried to do it. But it hasn't been a vanity project for an individual. It's been a restoration or the maintenance of a piece of public property, not the vehicle for the expression of his personal arrogance and narcissism.
Yeah. Okay. How do you know it was because of his arrogance or narcissism, though?
I lived with him for 3.5 years.
You live with Trump?
I live in this town.
Oh. Okay.
He's in my town.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't see any algae. I heard reports that there was algae floating around the top of it.
Keep walking.
Keep walking.
Is there a piece of algae over there?
See where the pumping stations are?
Yes.
The pumps are pumping it out right now.
Also, they're cleaning out the algae.
Yeah, they're
right
using hoses, vacuum type hoses, to suck it out, and it's running into a city drain somewhere.
I also read that
an algae bloom in the reflecting pool every hot summer.
Right, it's kind of normal.
Nothing new about that. But that's not what this project is all about. This project is about him.
Okay, that's your assessment that it was about him. I'm just, could you qualify just that statement? Because cleaning the pool, there's nothing wrong with it. Repainting it, there's nothing wrong with it.
That's what we pay for.
Right.
I pay my federal and my DC taxes to maintain spots like that, and I obviously don't have a problem with that. But when it becomes the vanity project of an egomaniac,
if he cleans it up, gets the algae out, the paint is redone.
Will my view of him change? Absolutely not.
Okay, so even if he does the right thing, it's still that he's arrogant?
He's an abomination.
Okay.
It's not reflecting very well, which is what it's supposed to be doing. I was a little surprised not to see any of the blue paint. I wondered if they removed that already, because it was supposed to be painted American flag blue.
Yeah.
To better reflect.
So, what do you...
On both ends.
Do you think that it's dirtier than it usually is? Is it
pretty dirty? I mean, I'm a kind of lifetime resident, so I just really didn't look at it so closely until all this scandal erupted. So,
yeah, I've been here for 7 years, and to be honest with you, it looks a little bit cleaner than usual, because a lot of times there's like duck poop,
peroxide in there, so maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, they're using hydrogen peroxide to clean it up, which is less intrusive or has a less negative effect than chlorine would. Right. So they're using that. They're sucking the algae out. You can see the dead algae right there. There's not much of it left.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. It's funny that a lot of people have said it looks hideous, it looks terrible, but I've been here for 7 years too, and I see it frequently. It looks a little bit better. It's not reflecting blue perfectly, but
no, it's not doing that.
And not yet. All right, guys. I think we have definitively debunked CNN, because as you can see, we got planes flying overhead. There is a reflection in the reflection pool. It is clear enough to see the reflection of the Washington Monument right there. Hopefully you can see that. So, debunked. Mission accomplished. Now we can go home.
At some point, this story stopped being about what happened and started being about what people needed to believe happened. And that's where this conversation gets real interesting because, man, the courtroom talk is over with. Now it's happening all on television, podcasts, and over social media. And every time somebody tries to defend Carmelo Anthony, they somehow make this entire situation look a little bit stranger. Look at this.
One last thing, I know we're playing the music, but Austin Metcalf's the victim, the deceased. His father went on a podcast and listened to it for yourself, but he called Carmelo Anthony a racial slur. And he also said that the reason that black people weren't on the jury is because black people are unable to hold bias from the trial because they don't know their own fathers, have a bunch of baby mamas running around living off of government assistance. So that is the thing. That's the thinking of the victim's father.
Well, let's not say that was the victim's
I'm not saying it was
thinking
the
as
thinking
well.
of the victim, but of the victim's father.
And we'll let you sit with that. We'll be right back.
One last thing, I know we're playing the music.
So notice what just happened here, right? Whoopi didn't just jump in to defend one side. She jumped in to separate the victim from something somebody else said. That's important.
Like the watermelon selling or whatever. People thought I was lying. Here's the proof. Yeah, I'm not. The things that have been taken out of context, like the watermelon selling or whatever, I don't even want to go there and make you.
No, wait. Let's talk about that 1 second. You do realize where I got that. You realize where I got that phrase from? There's a man on Facebook called Real Wolf Hats. He's a black individual. He's the one that said it. I laughed my butt off. He said it a long time ago. And I have no clue how consciously that came out.
I told you. Hey, Mr. Whitlock, you might want to have me on. I got some shit to say. People.
I was hoping we could show the world this wasn't a racial divide thing.
Distinction right there, right? Because one thing I've noticed lately.
So he the one came up with the wall about the felon. This the guy. Wolf. He on X. He the one came up with it.
Is a lot of people have become allergic to precision. I mean, like, just what a Benadryl at. Everything gets bundled together. One person says something, another person gets blamed. One family member speaks, suddenly everybody inherits the statement. Basically, they're just saying he's racist and all that. And she completely... This is not how fairness works, is all I'm saying. And regardless of where you stand on this case, if we're going to claim facts matter, then details have to matter too, right? Now, what's fascinating is that even during the discussion about Carmelo Anthony, the conversation immediately starts drifting somewhere else. It tells you the story has become bigger than the actual incident itself. So let's go and roll this next clip.
Sonny Hostin on The View saying, I don't understand how this couldn't possibly be self-defense. So what is your judgment of all these people in the media that have spoken on the case?
They're just like anybody else. They don't know me. They don't know Hunter, Austin. They don't know Carmelo. They're looking for their 15 minutes of fame or their clickbait or their clicks. They're looking to monetize the death of my son. I really wish they wouldn't speak about it at all. Because one, if that woman said that, she has no idea about the facts of the case, but she wants to spew her public opinion on a platform that reaches millions of people every day. Do I have that platform? No, but today I have a little platform to say what I like. She is completely wrong. And if they want to take me and call me and ask me to be on The View with them, I would gladly fly me up there and let me talk to all of you.
Sonny Hostin on The View.
Boom. Now, you know what stands out to me? Not anger, not even frustration, disappointment. Because even when Jet Metcalf talks, he doesn't sound like somebody trying to win a political argument. He sounds like a father still trying to understand the aftermath. And that's where a lot of this discussion loses me. Everybody wants to be the first person with an opinion, but very few stop long enough to remember that there's a family attached to the headline. Internet moves on in 3 days. Families don't. So while everybody else is debating.
Hey, Ken, did you vote for Trump? Because we voted for Trump, and we trust what he's doing. Most of all, my trust in God anyway. But I know I voted for Trump. Is he going to be perfect on everything he says? No. Is he getting everything done just about? Yes. So if you didn't vote for Trump or you got criticized about Trump, it really doesn't matter because if you didn't vote for him, well, oh well. If you voted for him, you criticized it, hey, no problem. But if you ain't vote for him, oh well. Because I had no regrets in my vote at all.
Big narratives, these people still have to wake up every morning and live with reality. That's a very different burden.
If they kept, he said all 3 citizens been killed by ICE. If they kept their ass at home, they would have been killed. You can't go to a police officer situation and obstruct them. Come on, man. Do your research, bro. You can't hit the officer with your car. The officer said, get out the car. She drives off and hit the officer. And you can't go to the ICE place twice with a gun and agitate the officers. And you know what I'm saying? You twice you have a gun on you? Come on, man. If they stayed their ass at home, they would never got shot. They woke up and caused chaos. She was out there for 3 minutes honking her horn, and her girlfriend or her husband, how you want to call it, blowing whistles, talking about we cool, dude. No, you blocking traffic for 3 minutes. Get the heck out the way. But they didn't do that. They caused chaos. And they met and died with chaos.
Now, this is where things just start getting weird.
Austin fell onto Carmelo's knife trying to attack.
What camera angle he seen? But this guy, he got a platform to spreading up lies and chaos. That's crazy. All what's going on today, letting the people know out here don't vote blue no matter who. And just showing, other angles of how the Democrat Party don't care. They corrupt when it comes to voting. They corrupt when it comes to race baiting. And using race to fear. Race and fear. To cause, the midterms when it comes to the elections to go, a certain way because of fear. It's great chaos.
Attack him because the knife is 3.5 inches. The cut was only 2. Loon, if I'm stabbing you, why am I going halfway with a knife blade that's only 3.5 inches? You fell onto my knife.
I heard no evidence of Carmelo Anthony or Austin Metcalf falling into a knife. I heard no.
Right, we all heard. If you guys in here, I probably could play it again, but if not, one of these videos, they might have it in there somewhere. But either way it goes, the number one call, Anthony himself talking, he said he put his hand on me. He never said he fell on me. He didn't say they or them. He said he put his hand on me.
No evidence of that whatsoever. And there were 21 people, who was considered for the jury.
We good in the midterms. While the Democrats out there tripping about the midterms, they worry about them gerrymandering, saying it's not right. But they want the gerrymandering based on race, and you can't do that. So we good.
Jury testimony and all of this other stuff going on. And there was 21 people that were talking.
You know what sniff at? You know it.
Nobody talked about Austin Metcalf falling into a knife. I don't know where that comes from. And obviously because of how severe the penalty was. 35 years in prison.
Chubby, thank you for being in the chat, man. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank
from a
you.
racist perspective.
Hey, Ken, you can leave this channel. It's not a propaganda channel. So the channel about facts over feelings. I'm glad you're in the chat, but if you keep on saying it's propaganda and all this other monkey ball, you can just go ahead and leave. At least come some type of intelligent conversation. Because the reason I'm MAGA is I'm MAGA for a whole good reasons. American first, number one. And now I'm saying when it comes to having allies, we need allies. You know what I'm saying? The certain ones we need, the ones that's be good, not the one that's corrupt. So we got, Israel or certain people in the country that's going to be helping us out. Why not? Just about every last president gave money overseas. Trump only one that's going ahead and bombing their ass. What? Biden gave them $6 million. Obama gave them $1 billion. No, $6 billion. Biden and $1 billion with Obama. Trump, all he doing is blowing it up. No workers job report at all. Stop it, bro. Stop it. You know it's not. Stop the TDS, Ken.
We're not going to be uncomfortable with the discrepancy that exists between somebody like Casey Allison compared to a
Welcome
Carmelo
back, Slim. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back.
But that doesn't give us a license to then turn around and to just come up with stuff that might have been, as opposed to listening to the evidence that was actually disseminated and making reaching a conclusion based off of that. Carmelo Anthony was quoted as saying to Austin Metcalf, "Put your hands on me and find out what's going to happen."
See what I mean by getting weird? Now, we're going to extend this clip a little bit later on, but probably the last clip, I believe, because once people start inventing details that weren't established in court, you left.
Hey, Brian Editing, I know what MAGA is. I'm a living proof. I'm Chicago, west side of Chicago. I was a Democrat. I know what I am. You don't need to tell me what I need to be, what MAGA is. That's crazy. How you guys tell what we are? Y'all come in our chat, talk about take our hats off, change the channel, or this is propaganda. If it's propaganda, all these things, leave the chat. Jesus Christ. It's okay to leave the chat. I'm not going to get upset because you guys leave. If you guys here, I appreciate it 100%. We here together, grow together, have some fun. No problem, Slim Fat. No problem, man. Thanks for being in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's welcome. I'm going to disagree with you guys. You can disagree with me. You know what I'm saying? If you keep on trolling and botting and all that, then, yeah, he could kick you out. But other than that, let's stay. Stay and let's have some fun. Let's watch these videos together. I'll be live streaming, you know what I'm saying, just about, 3 hours all the time down there. So I'm here with you guys. Other than that, let's get it.
Left the realm of argument and entered the realm of imagination. Stephen A's point isn't complicated here. You don't get to create evidence because you dislike a verdict. Think about that. If we only trust witnesses when they agree with us, then we're not actually looking for the truth. If anything.
Right. Y'all just mad because we don't see Trump racist. That's the whole thing y'all trying to get us to be at. Y'all wants to get mad at Trump because he's a white man. Y'all wants to say he's racist, and he's not. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? We're not on plantation. No Republican plantation, no Democrat plantation. We believe in common sense and facts over feelings, period. Donald Trump be president for the next 2 years. After Trump, I'm still going to be MAGA, American first, regardless. I'm not going to vote for Democrat at all. Never again, period. But it's a common sense channel. Unity, coming together, understanding each other, agree or disagree. And most of all, love, no hate. We can disagree without hating on each other.
Then we're just looking for teammates. And those are two completely different things. The moment loyalty becomes more important than reality, every conversation turns into a jersey match. Nobody's learning anything.
Right, it's about learning.
Everybody just seems to be caring. We're at the very beginning stages of the media and leftists and the occult turning Carmelo Anthony into the victim. And he didn't do it, or he was justified. He was this self-defense claim. This is all occult-like activity. And I watched G. Craig Lewis break it down this past Sunday in his church. And how the black church, black gangs, black culture has been captured by the occult. And y'all wonder why I keep coming on here like this case is important and we have to call out this satanic culture that has captured black culture. And we're running around defending a murderer. I saw things on, I saw Asante Samuel on Twitter this weekend defending Carmelo Anthony, making assertions, insinuations. They're like, oh, what should Carmelo have done? Take that L, crazy work. These guys, like, he was disrespected. Someone pushed him. What was he to do? Asante Samuel's Super Bowl champion has a solid case for the NFL Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's out promoting Like that Carmelo Anthony's some victim and he shouldn't be in jail. This is a guy jerking off on social media, too much money, and we've given him too much platform because we worship these sports heroes as gods and we give them so much money and people, well, he's made all this money. He must be smart. And he thinks Carmelo Anthony was justified in killing a 17-year-old child. These gangs that hip-hop has normalized and celebrated. These are all satanic cult. And I want to apologize to my friends, my brothers. I'm going to offer up this apology first, but I just got to say it because it's truth. And G. Craig Lewis went into it this weekend on Sunday in his sermon. These fraternities, it's the occult. They're rituals that they put you through. Secret societies. It's pledging allegiance to something other than God. This might be the part people overlook. Jason's asking a different question, not what happened. He's asking why some people still reacting the same way they're reacting after the verdict. And honestly, that might be a more interesting conversation because Americans don't just disagree on facts anymore. We disagree on facts we're even willing, on what facts we're even willing to accept. Some people see evidence, others see symbolism, some people see a verdict. Other people see a larger cultural battle. The result, everybody's talking. Almost nobody's talking about the same thing, no, at all.
I was hoping we could show the world this wasn't a racial divide thing, that we could kind of close the gap instead of widening it. But at that point, they'd obviously retained the services of Dominique Alexander, a convicted baby-shaking felon advocate who decided to throw me out of the press conference, have me removed by police, and then proceeded to gaslight me and tell me how I was such, I can't remember the word he used, but that I shouldn't have been there, and it was not dignified to my son or myself, which I really couldn't quite understand as they proceeded to gaslight me. And also took it, there was a young lady who has followed the case also from the entire town. Her name is Sarah Fields. Also showed information.
Well, the whole thing about this, see, my channel is, and me being American first, and my channel is about not dividing you guys. There's the guys, these guys, these blue check marks on their names, that's blue in their names. We ain't not here to divide you guys. We here to wake you guys up. We're not here to divide you guys at all. You guys see my red hat and y'all think we evil, we stupid. No, we care about America. Keep our money here as much as we can. Period. Take care of American first and help other people out. That's what I'm all about. Why not? So I'm not here to divide nobody else. I'm pretty sure who else would wear these red hats? We're not in division either. We just say, hey, love America, take care of this place first. You know what I'm saying? Spend all this money going to people with EBTs and then complaining about when they can't get by sugary drinks. Stop relying on the government for everything. Not just that, they rely on us to keep on paying you guys to sell your ass. That's crazy how all these people on Snap and Facebook and all that brag about how much they can spend thousands of dollars on food. And we out here working, you know what I'm saying, 80 hours a week or more, and we can't buy that much grocery they can buy. That's insane.
About her. That's when they took it from any type of remorse, which they did not show, to the fact of now we're going to play the race card. And now we're going to politicize this. Now we're getting a political activist involved. The two things I said on one of the first interviews I ever did was please don't make this about race and please don't politicize it. But they chose to do both.
And your goal that day was to simply get together and pray?
All I wanted, I was actually hoping to show them, hey, look, man, I know what happened was terrible. And your son made a horrible mistake. I was hoping for some accountability maybe and some remorse. Neither one was shown.
Have you ever spoken to the Anthonys?
No.
No apology, no remorse?
Nothing.
You were telling me you were inside the courtroom quite obviously after the verdict.
Well, you see that Brian, he don't live in America, but he's trying to come on our chat and trying to tell us about America. That's insane, man. We ain't even talking about how bad Canada is. We talking about how we want to fix America, how we want Americans waking up. And you come in here calling divisions about we got propaganda. This is not propaganda. Well, I'm showing different angles, different point of views, different news outlets. I'm not just showing one news outlet throughout my whole my live streams. I'm just showing different angles.
Verdict. The Anthonys left. They weren't there for Carmelo's sentencing.
That is correct.
Right. Talk about that, you guys. How do parents just leave their son like that? This is like they don't say his final moments, but this is the moments where, you know what I'm saying, this defines everything, how long he's going to stay in and how to adjust himself. And his parents just love him. Once again, there was a plea deal there. They didn't take it because they took the plea deal. The money been dried up by then. They would stop having money.
They weren't there for the sentencing, and they were not there for victim impact statements. They left that poor child up there by himself. As soon as the verdict was read, he was guilty. His family and some other advocates left the courtroom and turned in their badges.
This right here is where emotion enters into the room. Because you can argue about legal theories all day. You can argue about verdicts. You can argue about sentencing. But when somebody says they never received an apology, never heard remorse, never got any kind of acknowledgement, I'm sure people feel that. Now, whether you agree or disagree with everything being said, people understand grief. And grief has a way of cutting through political language. You don't need a law degree to understand pain, is all I'm saying. You don't need cable news to explain laws either. It's universal.
For those who want to support Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, that was lame. Just left the man. You know what I'm saying? To go to show you there was no support for this boy from the beginning. And for Carmelo family to do that, you know what I'm saying, that hurts. And then the madcap father, him to see that. And not one family member debunking that. This been circulating for a while now that the family had just left their son at the end. And now one of them got on a Nobody podcast and said, no, we stayed, we didn't leave. I want to see that happen. Because it ain't going to happen. It's too late. They didn't abandon their son. Everybody didn't say they didn't abandon them. And they not out here defending saying they didn't. So they go to show you this corrupt from the beginning, man. And they asked the lawyer, they had a lawyer to pay. It was a black lawyer. I don't care about the race, but since they keep on throwing race out there, it was a black lawyer. He wanted $500,000, and they had the money. They wanted the cheaper lawyer, and they went to $75,000 to a white lawyer. So they had money to get their son a lesser sentence. So they had two chances: a plea deal, and they had a lawyer to pay for it, to pay it. They didn't want it that way. They went for the wrong narrative. They played the race card, and now they get themselves played. What? How did the war go in 1812? What? Oh, man. Wait a minute. We're in 2026. What 1812 got to do right now? Oh, man. Jeez.
Who want to act like a crime wasn't committed, who want to act like he was completely provoked, instead of bringing up the fact that he had no business having a knife at a track meet.
Hey, Ken, just watch the videos, man. You got to respond, man. Just watch the videos or throw a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It's all good, man. I'm glad you're in the chat.
He was in no real perceived danger in terms of his life being threatened. In terms of acknowledging the fact that under no circumstances, based on the evidence of what has happened, did it warrant him stabbing somebody in the chest. If we're going to sit up there and we're going to ignore those things, here's what we can't ignore. Here's what's unavoidable. People are going to bring this up too. Where's all this noise over what happened in Chicago on Juneteenth?
Right.
What's the relevancy for that? The relevancy for that is that we're arguing and going off and expressing hell and fury over the conviction of a guy who acknowledged he committed the crime. Told the police it's not alleged. I did it. He put his hands on me, so I did it.
Oh, man.
According to the reports.
Once again, prayers for both families, prayers for healing, praying for love, and also, most of all, praying for understanding. I wish ill will on nobody, but these people out here advocating for a murderer. And the kid said that he did it. This ain't like the first 48, you know what I'm saying? You got him in the interrogation room, the light bulb on his head, and he's hungry, and he, you know, they asked him what's going on. He nervous. They gave him a bucket of chicken, and now he's squealing. This ain't that. He told him right then and there. We did get murdered for protesting, huh?
You've got people all over the place going off, talking about police.
You from Canada. What do you mean by we? What you talking about?
Police officers talking about the court system, talking about the inequity within our legal system, etc., etc. But 39 people get shot on Juneteenth.
No outrage.
6 are killed. And we're not hearing anything.
Nothing.
Why is that?
Austin fell onto Carmelo's knife trying to attack him because the knife is 3.5 inches. The cut was only 2. Lou, if I'm stabbing you, why am I going halfway with a knife blade that's only 3.5 inches? You fell onto my knife. Regardless, Lou, do you really think those 2 black boys who fell on that white boy's knife? Time out, bro. I can't do it. I got to get my haircut. My barber here fell on a knife. There ain't no human being on planet Earth out of 21 witnesses said that he fell on a knife. Carmelo Anthony's defense isn't arguing that he fell on a knife. Nobody's saying that these black people cannot take accountability for nothing. Now the boy done fell on somebody's knife.
That's the problem right there. You see, ultimately, we got to pick our battles. We got to be better than that. What we going to do, we got to come together to resolve some of these issues. What's the best way to do it? First order of business is to be real. To be real about the evidence that we're looking at and go from there and pick our fights and pick our battles. It's important to do that. Again, I don't like the idea of Carmelo Anthony being sentenced to 35 years at all. I don't like the makeup of the jury, not having an African American on it at all. I get it. I understand. And I don't know all of the specifics that went into the jury ultimately being made up of what it was made up of. I'm quite sure that there were blacks that were interviewed and before being placed on the jury, before the decision was made as to who would be placed on the jury and who wasn't. But the point of the matter is that I don't like it. I don't like the look. I don't like the optics because we're here having these questions. But what's inescapable and what's undeniable is that Carmelo Anthony said.
Right, Adam Fisher, that victimhood, no, own up to your shit. You stabbed somebody, you did what you did, own up to it. Don't be a coward afterwards, crying and shit. You was tough then.
He put his hands on me, so I stabbed him. He said it's not alleged. I did it. Confessed to doing so and told people he did so. Not only that, there were witnesses that saw it happen. Not only that, Austin Metcalf's brother was there. And his brother died right in front of him. So when we sit up here and we think about the battles that need to be fought, we got to be mindful of what's worth fighting for and what's not worth fighting for. I'm talking about the merits of the case, not the human being. Because all of us are God's children. And my heart goes out to Carmelo Anthony and his family. I wish this didn't happen. I wish that he's not going to spend at least the next 17 years in prison, barring an appeal that's won. But he killed.
Kenya, the prices of gas been high before Trump, especially when you had Biden in office. Your gas was already high before Trump.
Killed someone. Every time we turn around, there's something going on in Chicago.
Chi-town.
Every time. And the vast majority of victims happen to be black. When we going to speak about that? Same energy, y'all. Don't lose the intensity. Keep the same intensity. We going to fight and fight and fight over a young kid that admitted he killed somebody? And we hear crickets when 39 people get shot and 6 get killed in Chicago on Juneteenth?
And that's why this clip belongs here at the end. Because Stephen A. isn't really talking about one person anymore. He's talking about something much bigger. He's talking about the temptation to force reality into our preferred storyline. Everybody does it, man. Politicians do it. You know, media figures do it. Activists do it. Regular people do it. The challenge isn't finding facts that support your position. The challenge is having the courage to follow the facts when they stop.
The bloodline of Seth through Adam.
Minister Dominic Alexander, I speak on behalf of myself as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. But what this process did is shown that black lives do not matter in Collin County.
Okay, so keep it pushing. I'm standing right here. I'm not bothering you.
It doesn't matter who's legally carrying. You can't go around cops with a gun, agitating them. Period. We all seen the video. If you ain't seen the video, there's 2 videos of him with a gun bothering the cops, kicking at their cars. What? Pointing their guns at people? No, that didn't. What are you talking about? Who you talking about, Wiz?
Black women, especially black women who have black male children.
Subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way.
You haven't either.
I learned something from this. I learned to tell my sons, if a white boy, do not argue with no white boys. Because, baby, ain't no law protecting you if something goes down with them. That's what I learned from this case.
First and foremost, the one thing that I would ask for people to do at this moment is pray for the Anthony family because they have been legally lynched for the last year. And more so by this slaughterhouse of a courthouse as well as the family of the Metcalfs.
If he was white, we wouldn't even be here today. It would have never came to court. It would have never on the ground and somebody's in jail. It's something that should have been self-defense.
Hey, what, you on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. Seriously, no, he wasn't.
He was on jury selection.
Hey, bro, weren't you on jury selection?
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
Man who urinated on 17-year-old Austin Metcalf's grave has now been arrested. According
Goofy.
to reports, the suspect is an aspiring rapper. What outraged people even more was that he didn't just do it. He filmed the entire thing and posted it online as if it were something to be proud of.
Karina was white. White people are dumb. They don't follow the law. They follow what the people tell them.
Was it a switch? I don't know what he had. It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army. Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would have argued the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's real.
Collin County, Dallas, Texas, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Irving, Dalworth, Plano, Denton, Keller. It ain't safe for none of you white folks to come out this weekend. I'm giving y'all a fair warning right now. And guess what? It's gonna be a bunch of niggas outside that look like me. And we ain't out there with no pocket knives. We out there with these. I guarantee y'all gonna pay for what that judge just did to Carmelo.
Now she must go. Don't agitate me. I'm really not going to.
What's your problem with my skin? What's your problem with my skin?
I'm not racist.
What's your problem with my skin?
I don't have a problem with your
So, if more people come attack you right now, what are you going to do? Are you going to...
They should have both been arrested.
They should both have been dead. The first group. My wife should have been dead. You ain't free. Use the restroom. And they keep claiming it's not about race. Lies. Do not tell me and tell me it's water. America was bred.
But now you're done.
With racism.
I want
As Black parents, you have the responsibility to teach your kids white supremacy.
Oh my gosh.
Race has a role in it outside the courtroom, outside that courtroom. I'm watching this as
Look at him champing.
live. I'm feeling like there should be more of a police presence there in anticipation of this. I hope they've anticipated that, maybe set up some police lines. I think that would be a good preventative move at this point.
We gotta tell our kids the truth. That this is a racist country. We gotta tell them the truth. Who does just stop that? Don't nobody want to hear about what we do to each other. We talk about what they doing to us. When has a white boy been before an all-black jury? Tell them.
Wearing an African flag in America. Never been to Africa, ain't gonna go to Africa. But she don't care about black and black crime. She care about this monkey ball bullshit.
Media, tell us white folks.
I don't have an opinion.
That's what Carmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Carmelo was doing. Protecting his self. No.
if you did, you would really stand in solidarity, not online, but right here. So I gotta speak for your white baby. I'll do it. I'll conjure that baby and make sure he tells the real story.
To protect black people. Anytime a white man or a white child go and put their hands or brush on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Welcome to the Harmony Channel. I'm Jason Whitlock, your host. I'm joined today by Pastor G. Craig Lewis. The video we just played, full 8 minutes, is a video that was played in Pastor Lewis's church, X Ministries, this past Sunday. The video is powerful. It's amazing. I'm sitting here as a black man in America. I don't know of any black churches that would play that video and start that discussion inside of a black church. Pastor Lewis did it. It's an amazing sermon. I want everybody to go to xministries.com and
what up, Sergeant? What up, Sergeant?
Full hour-long service. After he played that video, Pastor Lewis was nearly in tears, or perhaps in tears. When I saw it the first time, I was in tears because it encapsulates everything that I've been trying to say. Like, hey, there's something going on with black people in America, and we're filled with this hate. And the title of the sermon was God Hates Hate. Pastor Lewis, welcome back.
Yeah, guy with the do-rag, jump up and down. Yeah, he got arrested for having a gun charge or some type of, he had a gun on him or a gun charge, but he shouldn't have been a straight champion. Right. Criminals celebrating criminals. That makes no sense.
To the show, we appreciate you.
Yeah, more barbecuing, less stabbing.
Today.
Stab them ribs, them brats.
Let's start with just the obvious question. Why did you do it? Why did you do that sermon, address that issue so head on?
Well, it's good to be back. See you again, man. Appreciate all that you do. Since the last time I guess I was on here, man, it seemed like God lit something in you, and to watch you now, I mean, I'm just godly happy that there is a voice like yours out here. And there are many voices. A lot of people are kind of waking up. We show the negative, but there is a lot of positive happening. But as far as this particular topic, man, I started working on it on, I guess, Thursday prior to the Sunday I played it. I started working on the clips and I put that video together myself. And just as I began to put...
I don't understand how it could tell us about Americans' laws when it comes to getting a gun, because they don't get no guns, I'm pretty sure, in Canada. No, it's hard to get a gun here in America, especially in Illinois. It's not that easy getting a gun versus a state ID or driver license.
Put the clips together, man, I just started weeping, and man, it just broke my heart. It broke my heart to the point to where I guess once I finished it, I just went to my 19-year-old son, man, and I just hugged him and told him I just needed to be held. I just wanted to just hold on to him and thank God for him and his life and
his opportunities, because, man, it's evil out there. And so I felt God leading me to touch on this subject. And when I do these messages, I don't do them for the world. I have a congregation that I'm responsible for, and I do them for the congregation. I posted because EX Ministries has a lot of followers just from my Truth Behind Hip Hop series. And this particular topic is covered heavily in the Truth Behind Hip Hop. I'm going to say this, Jason, this is really different, but when I did part 14 and 15 of the Truth Behind Hip Hop, those messages started with me asking God, what's wrong with Black people? I just asked him. I said, God, what happened? Like, what is wrong? Like, I've heard all of the things about Ham possibly, being the cursed lineage of Black people, which is a lie. I read all these things, but then I also understood how race is only skin deep, so it couldn't be a true racial thing. There has to be more. And I feel like over the last 3 years of my life, God has answered that question, showing me exactly where all of this came from and why it's attacking the Black community and why it seems like we are the ones that are, propagating all of this witchcraft and Satanism. And it's affecting us the most just because of our numbers here in America, but over in Africa and different places where a lot of this originates.
Right, Slim Fat. Right, different state got different laws, because Illinois is a tough one.
It is very commonplace. So I felt like this message needed to be addressed, but it needed to be addressed from a spiritual standpoint. We can talk about it politically all day long, but if you don't deal with the spiritual root of things, then you're not going to really figure out what the problem is.
So you said you've spent 3 years praying, marinating, researching, studying. Why is it? What is the wrong with Black people? And for this discussion, we'll limit it to America, but I'm sure it has some African roots as well. But what is going on with us? Why?
Well, so what happened? What had happened was, Noah had 3 sons to repopulate the earth after the flood. But prior to the flood, there was what they call the antediluvian era of mankind. And angels had come down, mated with women, human women, and created Nephilim beings. Nephilim beings were hybrid, part angel, part man, part human entities that lived during that time. And this is all biblical, Genesis, based on Genesis 6, Book of Enoch 1. They talk about it in detail about these beings and the intersplicing of genetics and DNA and all these different things. Well, during that time, God, instead of destroying all of mankind, he kept the bloodline of Seth through Adam, and he preserved it through Noah. But Noah had 3 sons. 7 days before the ark door closed, 7 days before the rain started, they went out and picked wives. And Shem, Ham, and Japheth, they went to pick their wives. Now, these are going to be the women that's going to restart mankind. But the lineage, we know biblically, the lineage is always through the man. And the bloodline, curses, whatever, is always through the man. So they get these women on board the ark, go through the 150 days, all of the time, ground dries, they come out. Noah has an episode where he's drunken in his tent, naked, and one of his sons comes in and finds him that way. And what his son does changed a third of mankind, okay? Because There's three boys that's going to populate the earth. So a third of mankind is going to be changed by what one of those guys do or decide to not do. And so what he did, he looked up on his father's nakedness, the Bible says, and then he went out and told his brothers, which was totally inappropriate. He should have covered his father. He didn't. The other two brothers covered their father, walk backwards so they don't even look at him. Cover him. Cover his nakedness, cover his error, cover his mistake. Love their father for what he did. This man has just built an ark. This man has just saved mankind. God led this man to do this. And Ham, in his heart, had a problem with his father, even after all his father had done. So we get this picture. Ham did not walk with those brothers. He did not even try to assist the brothers. He stayed outside. And so when Noah wakes up, finds out what was done, he says, "Cursed be Canaan, servant of servants you'll be." Who is Canaan? Canaan is Ham's son. So basically he's saying Ham's not cursed, but Canaan is going to be cursed because of the sins of his father. He dishonored his father. So Ham births the lineage of false God worshipers, anti-God, hatred, murder, malice, just everything bad comes out of Ham, right? Ham even begat a son named Cush, who had the son Nimrod. You know the story of Nimrod, Tower of Babel, all of that. Then you get Mizraim, who created Egypt. Egypt enslaved God's people for 400 years. This is not a black and white thing at all at this point, because everybody is dark in this area. Like you're dark skinned in this area. Races didn't come until the migration of Babel. People went further away from certain UV temperatures, UV rays, different, light patterns that affect us, change our DNA or genetics, and give us all these shades. But all people are the same. The Bible says it's one blood in everybody. We're all from Adam. So our hue may be different outwardly, but our blood is the same. However, because of the region where all of this took place, the Egyptians enslaved God's people for 400 years, okay? These were descendants of Ham, basically getting God's people back for what Noah said. Well, this Pharaoh that enslaved them for 400 years, God decides to curse Egypt. He cursed the land of Egypt and he cursed the descendants of Egypt. Isaiah 19:1 explains the actual curse. Give me 1 second, man. I'm going to go through this real quick, but Isaiah 19:1 talks about the burden of Egypt and the curse. And it says, behold, God rideth upon a swift cloud, says that the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst of it. The gods, so basically he's saying the gods and idols of Egypt would become worthless. So what happened to all of this gold, all of these jewels, all of these crowns, everything, I talk about hip hop all the time. And when Africa Bambaataa created hip hop, he was dressed like Pharaoh. He had all the gold, all the stuff on. He's bringing the curse of Egypt to America. He even went over to the Zulus in Africa. These are the direct descendants of Egypt. These are the descendants. And a lot of these people there operate under this curse that God put on Egypt. God curses Egypt because you enslaved his people. And so that curse is what we are seeing. It was brought here to America through this hip hop culture. And I warned people for the last 20 years that this is going to change your children. This is going to change your marriages, your families. It's going to change even the very appearance of our young people. If you look at young black boys now, they look like witch doctors. They all of them. That's the way they look. The hair, the teeth, the clothes. They are dressed like those that were cursed by this curse of Egypt. By girls, young girls, all of that. All of the sexual perversion, all of these things, these are bloodline curses that are coming because of this Isaiah 19 curse. Now, let me say this. Curses are optional. And I said this past Sunday. God put before us a blessing and a curse. You don't have to be cursed. So we're not saying that a whole race of people is cursed. That's ridiculous. But you do choose a curse when you choose a false god. The whole reason Egypt enslave God was because they were under the authority. I mean, enslave God's people. They were under the authority of false gods. And so when you bring these false gods, the third eye, the Ankh, all the tattoos that everybody's getting on them now, all of these, Isis and Osiris, and then we don't even want to talk about BGLOs and all of the fraternities, sororities, Boule, and all of the, Freemasonry. All these things are from Egypt, right? All of their symbolism, everything is from Egypt. So if you go bring the things from Egypt and Egypt is cursed, you bring the curse.
I was able to follow that. And what you just unpacked is really complicated, but I was able to follow that. And I mean, things were running through my mind. And part of what, it's like Jay-Z, when I see these things popping out of his head and everybody's going with this, right? I think some people call it tarantula hairstyles or whatever, where it looks just like a spider is growing out of their head. That's something you're saying is coming from Egypt. That's a style of dress, a style of appearance. Luke, find one of these pictures of Jay-Z with his hair and all, because I've been noticing that and wondering, like, what are we doing? He looks crazy, and everybody that's doing that looks crazy, but it is the preferred style of appearance of young black people, and Jay-Z is some sort of influencer, tastemaker, false god that's put out there for young black men, and I've seen everybody follow this appearance style. And I mean, you're real. This is why your work has been so important. I've been a critic of hip hop as long as you have been explaining hip hop. I just by instinct, and because I loved hip hop, but I was able to recognize, like, hey man, this is a negative influence and force on our culture, and so I was critical of it. But you have spent, you said, I felt like it was like 30 years trying to tell people, like, hey man, this hip hop culture that we keep it's taking us straight to hell. Yeah, that appear. Yeah, I'm like,
Switch doctor.
Yeah, where did it come from?
That's a shaman. Shaman. I mean, that's the hair of a shaman. Yeah.
Hey, spell shaman. So we
SHAMAN. It's he's basically a male witch. And Jay-Z is tied into Maria Abramovich, so she's queen witch of the celebrities. He just did a whole video with her casting a spell over him, even in the video. So witchcraft in this stuff is so prevalent, but the men that have their hair, they think, folks, they think I'm just being extra, I can wear my hair long and all that. But what the devil used, he used fatherlessness to open the door for all of these weird hairdos. Because when we were young, Saturday was haircut day. Like you just knew, you wake up Saturday, you go get your hair cut. That was it. And if you fussed about it, your daddy would cut your hair himself. And you don't want that to happen. So you just go, that was what it was. But we thought we were just following some kind of cultural thing, but it's biblical. The Bible tells us, 1 Corinthians 11 and 14, doth not nature teach us that a man have long hair? If a man has long hair, it's a shame unto him. That's the way God. And the reason it says that, and I know folks get offended and get upset, but it says that because this is our gender marking identity. God wants us to look like what he created us to look like. Now, everybody's not going to have long hair. Everybody's not going to have short hair. Some, you may take chemotherapy, your hair fall out. You may have alopecia, your hair fall out. Okay, we know there are cases. I don't mean God loves you less. But the mark that we all are supposed to be working toward is to fulfill what the scriptures say. And in that particular scripture, if you skip down to verse 16, it says, if any man be contentious, he said, we have no such custom in our churches. Meaning that The world can do whatever they want to, but in the church, men have to be men, women have to be women. You have to make the difference with the gender markers. And so that's what this is about. Because if you don't make the difference, you'll have what you have now. When you see little black kids in a restaurant, you can't tell the boys from the girls at all. Until they're able to grow facial hair, you don't know which is which. And even when they have facial hair, it's still, sometimes it's a question. And that's because in the curse where this all permeated, Isaiah 19, that's a part of it, that the genders would be blended and that the women would be the rulers of the society. We think that's great news, or the feminist movement thinks it's great news. That's a part of the Isaiah 19 curse that's listed in there, that would happen.
And Craig, Pastor Lewis, I sit here and think about my own faith journey and the things that I realized. And I used to dye the color of my hair. And I used to shave my beard off and mustache and keep it clean. And then I get into reading the Bible and it's like, hey, no, that gray hair, that's a sign of wisdom. And that beard, that's a sign of like, no, that's a man. Only a man can. And so when I started seeing guys, as I went on my faith journey, a guy named Dave Shannon, Chocolate Knox, got a big, full beard. And I started recognizing he's been biblically influenced. And that's why it's like, I quit dyeing my hair. I let my gray beard. I want people to know that I've lived a long time, I'm wise, and I'm a man. So it's like a big smoke signal. Hey, go consult with that person. He's comfortable with who he is. He wants to be identified as a man. He's got some wisdom. I hope that people can make the full connection, because you're sitting here well, what's this got to do with Carmelo Anthony? And it's like, hey man, when you're a part of a witchcraft satanic cult, that's how you get confused. And this is what you walked your congregation through, like, hey, no, there's a bad guy here that killed someone. And for those of you that are trying to, make an excuse for murder, you're and trying to be more sympathetic to the murderer than the actual victim, that's an indicator that you're a part of some nihilistic satanic cult. And that's why you're dancing out in front of people and doing all these things that just are confusing to me. But it's real. It gets a lot less confusing when you recognize, like, hey man, they're a part of some spiritual, satanic, religious cult that has been promoted through hip hop and made all black people think this is how you're supposed to be. And no, we're not.
Yeah, I had an experience with that, and let me tell you, this was a life-changing experience for me. I was doing the Truth Behind Hip Hop in North Carolina, Charlotte, it was a big Baptist church. I was there doing it. The power of God moved. People got, brought all their CDs, all of their music up. At the time it was CDs, and got rid of a lot of the stuff. And so then people came to talk to me or whatever. And this African lady came to talk to me with her son. And she said, G. Craig, she said, I need you to pray for my son. He needs to be delivered. I said, oh, okay, what's wrong with him? She said, well, his father is in Zimbabwe, and his father is a witch doctor. I said, okay. He said, but the problem is when his father does his tribal ritual dances, my son uncontrollably
Juneteenth is an American history. I have no problem with it. But how it's celebrated and why I celebrate it, to me, makes no point. It's celebrating victimhood. And guess who pushed it out? Joe Biden, Democrat. Just to push us back further. And you guys going right along with it. So my thing is, white people can't celebrate Juneteenth. They have to be free. They fought during the Civil War. They free us. You know what I'm saying? But you guys want to go and make it all about blacks. Again, y'all making it about race again. It makes no sense. It's supposed to be celebrated as American history. But you guys making it personal for no reason. Jesus Christ. But here we go. Let's get into it. It's my man Ed from X, that you see on YouTube as well.
It's a holiday to celebrate history. Now, whether you agree or disagree with why it exists, it doesn't matter. To some people, they like celebrating, like the people in Atlanta, where they literally reenact a chain. I guess it was some type of, everybody was wearing like slave clothes. And
so let's imagine the white people post this, them whipping slaves or blacks or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Slavery. Come on, Juneteenth people. You got to do better, man. The victim mentality has to stop.
And chained up, and they was reenacting slavery day. This was single-handedly one of the most disgusting acts. You want to know why? This was a slap in the face of slaves.
This is a flag we need to be celebrating right here.
What did you...
My bad to keep on top of this. You know what I'm saying? This is personal. We got down there the 4th of July coming up next month. You know, you should be celebrating that right there. You guys got these pride flags and Juneteenth colors and all that stuff out here tripping. I get it, you know what I'm saying? I have the right to do so. But you guys are doing it where it's this victim mentality.
You all do. Play dress up, and then after the event, go to McDonald's in your ACs with your fashion clothes in your homes, right? That was a slap in the face. That disgusts me. How dare you all? How dare you all sit there and pretend to be slaves in a country that you are no slave? You all have no damn idea what them people went through. No idea. Mind you, these people went through what they went through because of the Democratic Party. Yes, because of the Democratic Party. As long as they did under the Democratic Party reign, just to let you know. But you all disgust me. How dare you all pretend to be something or go through something that you all never experienced? You all couldn't last. None of you all could last. This was absolutely uncalled for. The pictures and the photos that I seen, it was mind-blowing. It was you had people as if it's Halloween. As if it's Halloween. Oh, let me dress up as a slave and pretend to be a slave. This is me honoring my ancestors. What? You want to know what's honoring your ancestors? Going to work, being in a free country, all the opportunities you all have, build a legacy, a generation wealth. Stop complaining. That's how you honor. Disgust me.
Man, you be coming with some good
Juneteenth
stuff, man.
is a holiday to celebrate.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad you guys stopped by. I appreciate that. Like, share, and subscribe. So this is insane how, these people out here doing that. Once again, if the white people do the same thing, reverse, it'd be an uproar. But you don't see that. But
as if you done sucked the whole no more free handout. That means no more bullying people into validate something that they're not seeing from us. That means no more blaming white people for the reason as to why yours is not together. Black people run from accountability as if you done sucked a whole bunch of dogs behind us. You tell a black person, oh, well, we need to fix this in our community. Then it goes into, oh, but that's not all black people though. That's common sense. Y'all keep trying to hide y'all piss poor decisions and poor behavior behind black people who's actually trying to uphold the black community. The issue is y'all are some Susie choosy ass black people. Y'all pick and choose when you stand for individualism and when you stand for community. When it comes to taking some accountability, all of a sudden, oh, but it's not all black people. No, we know it's not all black people because it ain't me, but it's most definitely you. So can you take accountability?
I really truly believe this. We each have light inside of us. And we need to know that that is what inspires our hope as much as anything external to ourselves. And when we
feel that and not allow an election or an individual to dampen that light, and instead let that light kind of carry us in particular through moments of darkness, that we not only act on that hope, but we inspire that hope in each other. And in particular at this moment, it is so important that we not only have hope, but that we understand that that should be a verb.
Liberalism is a female trait. So why would a black man be loyal to liberals? The answer is simple. Simping or he's gay. These are the only two types of black men that loyally vote Democratic. Black men who vote for Democrats are simply following behind misled black women. That's true. They are men without a backbone. The truth is, for the sake of keeping black women happy, black men align with the Democratic Party. Some of them even feign Democrat just to get close to a woman. They have no aura, charisma, and they don't take their apex. So they had to resort to pandering to be around women. Because they'd rather be a woman's pet than to be her leader. And they always turn out to be weirdos. While some do it for acceptance, others do it out of coercion.
Sir Jacob, welcome to the chat. Name is Deunta. Like, share, and subscribe. Welcome to the chat.
And threat. Black women have so much power in America that when they unite, they can ruin your life with only a social media
No, she do not, Ken. She do not do that.
Black men have been punked by their own women.
Special partnership alert. We just now linked up with XXXdrinks.com, which you can take advantage of and get tempered extremely happy.
Coon or a sellout. Fear of being blackballed. They don't even let black men on the black podcast circuit if they don't align with the Democrats. It's that bad. Black podcasts are in the business of making money, and advertisers don't pay black Republicans like they do black Democrats. Doing so could get your podcast blackballed. It's as if black identity is directly tethered and bound to the Democratic Party. Now that is some good brainwashing. Do you even have leverage if one party knows they can count on your vote? Why should they do anything for you when they know you won't defect to the enemy? This is common sense in negotiations, but women don't think, they feel. And all of black politics is about the feels. They didn't like something someone said or how they said it, blah, 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 blah. But rarely do they examine things without bias. The ignorance of the black vote is held in place by black political grifters who get direct checks from the Democratic apparatus to lie and deceive our people, to make them believe they only have one option. But what happened after Biden got elected? Black pundits and influencers complained that the job opportunities and checks stopped. Why? Because the job is done. And they don't need your black ass anymore. You were a DEI hire.
All I gotta add is this. Thank y'all so much for clicking the play button. Hopefully you hit that subscribe button as well. Let's go ahead and talk about the young lady that spoke first. She said, black people can't take responsibility for our own actions and decisions because that means no more handouts and no more blaming the white man. As soon as we start to accept responsibility, that means for our children, that means for our community. As soon as we say, you know what, it's our fault, we can't blame the president. We can't blame the Democrats and Republicans. We can only blame ourselves. Even with the crack epidemic back in the 80s, we blamed Ronald Reagan. But it was us that took that coke, took it into our kitchen, mixed it up with whatever we mixed it up with and turned it into base. We turned it into crack. We chopped it up, bagged it up, and we went out into our community and we sold it to our own people. our mothers, our fathers, our aunts, uncles, cousins, our sisters, brothers, grandparents, neighbors, whoever, Black people, if you actually care about the community, what you would do is hold everyone accountable. 13% of Black Americans, but we are 53% in murders in this entire country and 54% in robberies. And we wonder why there's so many of us locked up. It's because a lot of us are committing a whole heap of crime, baby. And we doing it for what? To become slaves again? Huh? The 13th Amendment says that. Like, yeah, we was freed, but until we commit a damn crime. And then we're no longer free. We loses our freedom, sir. We lose it. So if we're constantly in support or not really putting our foot down on the one thing that would take us back to what we claim to be fighting. We claim to be fighting not to go back to slavery. Are all of our kids really representing us when they go out and about and we're not there? Are all of our kids doing those types of things, helping other kids out, whether they're black, blue, red, orange? Who cares? Are all of our kids doing that? That's a way to know if you're holding people accountable or not. Ain't nobody talking about little Ray down the street, or Mike up the street, or Deshaun and Traquan, none of them. Ain't nobody talking about the other Carmelos. I'm talking about your own kids. Because when we start holding our own kids accountable, so shall their friends. And how I know you ain't holding your kids accountable? Because all of y'all kids are at the daggone Team Turn Up, whatever, Team Turn Up Philadelphia, Team Turn Up Chicago, whatever it is. And they always doing the same thing, wreaking havoc, starting fights, effing up people's property, and they're all Black. So miss me with all that. We are holding our people accountable thing. That's what the young lady was talking about. We want racism. We need racism. We need this negativity. We need for white people to think about us in a negative way. We need it. And we're going to give them our ass to kiss as much as we possibly can just to keep this thing going. We got it. We need it. Because if we're held responsible, like the young lady said, we will get no more free handouts. If we start holding ourselves accountable based off of our own actions, we will have to correct our actions. That's what comes with responsibility. You don't just say, yeah, you're right. It is me. My bad. And then continue to be, oh, it's me. My bad. For the next 10, 20, 30 years, that's us staying on welfare.
Right.
That shit is supposed to be voluntary. That sugar honey iced tea is supposed to be temporary. I wouldn't say that Democrat men are gay. A lot of them probably are, especially since they are in support of a whole bunch of gay stuff, which is okay. You know, that's your thing. If that's your thing, I ain't judging. I'm not Jesus. My skin complexion might be like his, but I'm not Jesus. My hair is of wool, but I ain't Jesus. That other brother that you saw in the video, that was Hotep Jesus, all right? But in any event, I don't think all Democrat men are gay. That was a cool talking point. I guess he want to start some stuff as a podcaster. I get it. But all Democrat men aren't gay. But the stuff they support is some gay stuff.
Pretty much.
Y'all let me know whatever y'all want me to know in the comments below. And if you have yet to hit that subscribe button, please make sure you do so on your way out the door. Once again, guys, I'm
James Francisco, what's up? What's up? That's a good one. My girlfriend done me, so I stole her wheelchair. Guess who's coming back? Crawling back. That's funny. Guess who's crawling back? So how was it back in Chicago? How was it? And what part you went back to? You went back to the west or the south? I'm from the west side.
Now leading this council is Russell Wilson II. And if you want to know the credentials of everybody on council, you can go ahead and stop, pause, and read. I just want to make it clear, I stand with Carmelo Anthony, and I love that our community has come behind this young black man and let him know that he is not alone. And hopefully we can turn this conviction over.
Red Hood, I see you, Red Hood. I hold myself accountable every day.
And for all you 3x5
I can only govern myself.
Unfortunately,
nothing
putting your hands on
could come
somebody does not
overnight.
justify
Right.
unaliving them. I'm just gonna say Emmett Till, Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and the list goes on. Y'all are a fucking danger no matter what. I don't know why y'all like to switch up history if y'all are not the most treacherous individuals to walk this fucking world. Just because Wigs R Us removed
I don't know either, man.
doesn't mean it didn't happen. Y'all are not peaceful. Y'all are not pleasant. Y'all don't mind y'all business. And y'all are literally a threat to black people's lives. And history will not tell you anything different. So don't play the innocent factor. Y'all done way more to us than we've ever done to y'all. And for way less. Have the fucking day you deserve.
So Carmelo Anthony is getting a new legal team. This will be comprised of a civil rights attorney, also a couple people from the Texas NAACP. A lot of people in that sector are banding together to overturn his conviction. And my biggest thing that I have to say about it is why? Why? He committed murder. There are consequences to murder. That's it, guys. It's that simple. There's consequences to murder. You guys are so easily influenced by the media, feeding you breadcrumbs and just poking at you like, oh, racist. Yeah, absolutely. He's going to prison because he's black. Yeah, they got another one. No.
Boy. So we got to talk about the pro-blackity black grift that seems like it's never going to end. Okay, the grift of all grifts, the biggest grift in this country since George Floyd, the Carmelo Anthony murder situation. Okay, Carmelo Anthony convicted of murdering Austin Metcalf in cold blood, stabbing him in the chest at a track meet over a push. Okay, it is clear-cut murder. It's not self-defense, but these pro-blackity blacks have refused to accept reality, truth, facts since day one. Okay, and these people have revealed themselves to be very ignorant, right? Gullible people that can easily be taken advantage of, and they're being taken advantage of right now by the race hustlers online, the race hustlers that are currently in bed with the Carmelo Anthony family, and they're taking the race hustle to a whole new level because apparently they have now hired a powerhouse legal team of pro-blackity black race hustlers, right? So the race hustler Avengers, which now apparently includes Ben Crump, right? Even Ben Crump is getting in on this grip, right? The Carmelo Anthony grip is so profitable that even Ben Crump, who stayed away from this, right? He's now hopping in, okay? Who knows? Maybe Al Sharpton will show up. That's how much money is involved with this grip of defending a murder, okay? And the pro-blackity blacks are celebrating this new powerhouse legal team of pro-blackity black race hustlers who are supposed to help Carmelo with his appeal, which, again, is not going to work, but the pro-blackity blacks are celebrating this as if this is going to get Carmelo out of prison. It's not. Take a look.
Developments in the case of Carmelo Anthony, who was sentenced to 35 years behind bars for the murder of Austin Metcalf.
Yes, tonight a high-profile legal team announced they will be representing Anthony. NBC5's Allie Spilliards is live with the latest on this. Now, Allie, what does this mean for the next phase of this case?
Well, Brian and Brittany, this comes less than 2 weeks after Carmelo Anthony filed a pauper oath, basically a request to the court for an attorney saying he could no longer afford one. That came the same day that he filed a motion saying he intends to appeal his conviction. This team of 6 prominent Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin-based lawyers say they're coming together to represent Anthony pro bono. The team's headed by former Dallas County prosecutor Russell Wilson. It also includes Michael Ware, the director of the Innocence Project of Texas, and president of the Texas NAACP, Gary Bledsoe. Despite numerous requests, the team told us they are holding off on interviews for now, but they did release a statement saying, in part, we recognize the profound loss suffered by one young man's family and the uncertainty facing another. Our responsibility is to determine whether a legal error occurred and to ensure that every issue supported by the record is fully and vigorously presented on appeal. A couple of weeks ago, one of the attorneys now representing Anthony told me that this process takes time. He said an appeal likely wouldn't reach the 5th District Court of Appeals until the end of the year. If they have to move to the state or federal level, that could take even longer.
And that's what we like to see. Ben Crump just announced that a powerhouse legal team has come together to represent Carmelo Anthony pro bono. These are attorneys with backgrounds in civil rights, appeals, and criminal defense. And they are all coming together to review everything from the court case to start the appeal process to try to get something done about what happened to Carmelo Anthony based on the trial. And on this powerhouse legal team is the president of Texas NAACP. Oh, we on it now. We on y'all head top now because we all sat here and watched this young black boy get railroaded during his trial. Their focus right now is not going to be on the details of the incident. They are going to be focusing on whether or not Carmelo Anthony had a fair trial, and it could potentially lead to a new trial, to parts of the conviction being overturned, or a different sentence. It seems like their first move is to get through the appeal process to see what gets done through the appeal process, and if that's not enough, then they will revisit trying to have a new trial or whatever it is. I love to see it. I love to see it. They thought it was donezo for our boy Carmelo Anthony.
So family, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing I want to talk about our brother Carmelo Anthony. You know, that's still a major topic that we have to still focus on. Our good brother Carmelo, who's wrongly locked down. He is a political prisoner. We have to
Oh, wow. A political prisoner. How in the heck he's a prisoner?
We have to let our young people know that we're not going to abandon them when the system tries to gobble them up. We have to stand on business. We have to stand up for our youths. We cannot be like these
right,
old
Sergeant.
Sambos
They gonna grip, they gonna grip.
We get to eat all that now. Pull a little mid-calf. No. We don't. Our children don't need to see all of that buck dancing. As far as our brother Carmelo, new revelation, there's a new legal team, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they darken his skin. I noticed that too. What the heck is going on, man?
For Carmelo, did y'all know that? There's a brand new legal team who's going to be working on his appeal. Did y'all hear about that? There's a whole legal team. Now, They're working pro bono. It's a whole legal team down there, and they're connected with the DNC. These are Democrat-connected law firms, which is cool. That shows the pressure of the black grassroots. We've been calling out the DNC and NAACP, all of these people that were somewhat silent during the trial. Remember, the DNC-connected people, they weren't really saying nothing during this trial, all right? Okay? They weren't really saying nothing. So now that this brother got the book thrown at him unjustly, people are looking at the DNC like, hey, what's up? So now they made an announcement today that he has a heavy-hitting coalition specializing in civil rights, appellate law, criminal defense. They're going to be working on this thing pro bono. They got Gary Bledsoe from the Bledsoe Law Firm. They're a major player in civil rights law. He's currently the president of the Texas NAACP. All right? So many people believe his involvement is going to signal a direct challenge to the racial dynamics of the trial and the jury selection. I really need them to get on that. They're going to sit up there and get a white jury.
Right, definitely DI lawyers, for real. They all trash, whoever they are. This is a waste of time. The boy said he did it in the beginning. He should have took the stand, should have took the plea deal, but he already admitted on camera that he did it. He said, what's the allegedly, I did it. So how is it a mistrial? And they going based on race because he had no black jury. It's definitely going to be tossed out, this plea situation. It's a waste of time and waste of money.
In this case like that, and just excuse it and then strike out all the black jurors, that was some real janky shit they pulled.
Well, let me tell you something. It is, in fact, done so, right? It is done. And you people are fools. You are fools if you believe that this is going anywhere, right? So let me explain to you guys.
Right. Race had nothing to do with the case because both schools are diverse. It's not an all-white school and all-black school that did that had the incident. They both was diverse, rival team. And clearly you see Carmelo going to the tent. He go from under the you see the whole thing. He walks from under the tunnel, come up to the bleachers and sit in the wrong tent. And they tell me it was raining bad and all this. It wasn't even raining bad like that. Everybody was kind of like walking casually out there.
What's happening here? Carmelo, when he filed his appeal, basically said that he's broke, right? Family said we're broke, even though they raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, and apparently they only spent $75,000 of those hundreds of thousands of dollars on their white attorney, Mike Howard, who the race hustlers are in the family. They're currently blaming for why is it that Carmelo is going to do 35 years in prison getting bent over, right? Instead of blaming Carmelo or blaming themselves, right? No, they're blaming.
They never apologize, and they playing the victim. Now, once again, I was told, I heard and hearing that there's a plea deal there. I'm pretty sure every time you have a case about to be going to jail, they give you a plea deal. And they ain't take the plea deal because they want the money to keep coming. Keep living the lie. Keep living their lavish life.
Their attorney that they cheaped out on, right? This is what Dominique Alexander, the race hustling, baby shaking handler of Carmelo, admitted out loud in an interview that they cheaped out on their initial legal defense.
See what I'm saying?
I had a meet with another attorney, a black attorney. The first attorney I had to meet with was black.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Look at that. Thank you. We're growing. Let's continue. Thank you.
Rain asked me what the price that black attorney would charge. $500,000. They weren't talking until they gave.
He saw his face. He saw a dude's face.
Out loud in an interview that they cheaped out on their initial legal defense.
I had a meet with another attorney, a black attorney. The first attorney I had to meet with was black. Rain asked me what the price that black attorney would charge. $500,000.
Why not? What's the problem with half a meal? You want the best for your kid, right? The price shouldn't even matter. You see what I'm saying? That's why I got the $75 million. That's why I got the lawyer that's working with $75,000. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, this is crazy. This is crazy, y'all.
They weren't talking until they gave them 200,000. What the white man say? 75,000. Yeah. And so my thing was, it's like,
yeah. So you see that, you heard that. Now, these lawyers, right? The high profile powerhouse team of race hustlers. Apparently, they're working pro bono, right? Which means that, they're not really charging, right? But that doesn't mean that the money's not flowing, okay? The money is going to flow through this Stand With Carmelo coalition in which they're going to raise money for this appeal, okay? While at the same time, Carmelo is claiming to be broke, right? Even though, again, they have fundraised.
Right, Bernie, you know what I'm saying? Sergeant, that's crazy.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars. They only spent $75,000 of it on Mike Howard. Maybe they spent more. I don't know. I'm just going with what the woke minister has said publicly about how the money's been spent. But what they're doing is that they're trying to fundraise off this idea that Carmelo has a chance of winning his appeal. And I'm here to tell you that he doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning the appeal, right? I'm talking about like single digits, maybe even less than that. He has zero chance. As I explained yesterday, they're going to try to go to the appeals court and say the judge striking the 3 black educators, right? The 3 black women educators, the judge striking them is evidence and proof of racism, hate, and bigotry because they allowed 1 white educator on the jury pool. And the reason why that's not going to work is because the black jurors that were struck, right, the educators, they work in a K-12 environment. The white educator works at a trade school, which is fundamentally different. They're different environments. The black educators worked in an environment that actually is somewhat related to Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, and it's exactly what the prosecution outlined, which is that, hey, that can contribute to bias, right? Them working in the same environment as these kids, we don't want them a part of the jury pool for that reason. It had nothing to do with race. It was completely race neutral. And it just so happened that, again, the white educator that was allowed to stay on the panel was allowed to stay because that person worked at a trade school, worked in an adult learning environment, which, again, is fundamentally different than a K-12 environment. And, again, that's why this challenge is going to fall apart. That's why it's going to fall apart. Okay? This is why, if you actually read this letter, they're being very careful with their language. They're saying, hey, we're going to work to see if there were any civil rights issues or whether or not there were any errors from the judge. They're not promising a new trial, and they're also not claiming that Carmelo's innocent, right? Notice how they're not saying, well, we believe that Carmelo is actually innocent and that facts and evidence during the trial were not presented in order to prove Carmelo's innocence. No, that's not what they're saying. They're simply just saying that, quote, our responsibility is to determine whether a legal error occurred and to ensure that every issue supported by the record is fully and vigorously presented on appeal. Again, this is not focused on the facts of the case. This is focused on trying to potentially smear the judge as a racist in order to possibly get a new trial. But it's not going to happen. It's a long shot. And they know this, right? They know that this is not going to work. But again, for them, it's all about fundraising. It's all about marketing, right? They can hop on board with this new grift that is exploding across black social media, the pro-black spaces, where these people really believe that Carmelo Anthony is innocent because they have fallen for lies that have been spread on social media about pedophiles, right? Little pedophiles are lying on social media about what happened that day, and these people are running with it as if it's fact. So all of these lawyers involved know that Carmelo is guilty as hell. They know that this is not going to work, but they also know that the pro-blacky blacks are too stupid to understand that it's not going to work and why it's not going to work, right? Because again, these people are very low-level thinkers, okay? If something doesn't make sense to them, if there's some quote-unquote discrepancy, then they automatically default to racism, okay? as I explained, why the black jurors, the black educators were struck. Again, these pro-blacks are too stupid to understand that. They're too stupid to understand the difference between an educator in a K through 12 environment and an educator in an adult learning environment, and how that could possibly contribute to bias. And that is why the black educators were struck, and that the judge has broad discretion when it comes to allowing these things. And that, again, it's not going to be overturned because he didn't make an error, right? There's no evidence or proof that those black jurors were struck based off racism, hate, and bigotry. But I guess you could argue that the black non-educator potential jurors that were struck, maybe they were struck because they proved in court that they are in fact the racist, right? Maybe that's an argument that you can make, because a lot of those individuals went to court and said, hey, we can't convict Carmelo because we can't send a brother to prison, right?
Right.
We can't put that baby in jail. So, again, I've already explained why is it that there were no black people on the jury pool, and it has everything to do with the fact that black people cannot be unbiased when it comes to this type of stuff. They can't be, because apparently black people are the most racist group in this country. They're so racist that they can't even get on the jury pool because they can't hide their racism. That's how obvious it is, right? Imagine being so racist that you can't hide your racism while trying to get on the jury pool, right? They're so racist and so ignorant that none of them was smart enough to say, you know what, maybe let me tone down my racism as I audition to be on this jury pool.
Amazing.
Nah, they can't do that. They went out there and they told him straight up. They said, Carmelo's innocent. We can't throw this brother in prison. He's a baby, blah, blah, blah. They went and said everything that exposed their racism, the fact that they can't be unbiased, and that's why no black people were on the jury. Again, it has nothing to do with the white man being racist, and it has everything to do with black people being racist. That's the irony here. That's the irony. So again, all the hustlers involved in this know that we're dealing with very stupid people, right? And a fool and his money will part, right? And they all know that. Because again, you got idiots like this. This comedian, Lil Rel, okay? Listen to this clown react to Carmelo's new high-powered race hustling legal defense team.
I'm about to get super real quick, and I will say this. You know, I'm in my, you know, I posted what I posted not like a little bit ago about the Carmelo Anthony appeal and how he has a new legal team and they're gonna help him appeal. And I posted what I posted, and the amount of energy I'm getting from people. And it's a lot of black
Consider the common sense. Thank you for that. Thank you.
A murderer, and he got what he deserved. And why are you saying he deserves a fair trial? A murderer, a murderer, a murderer, a murderer. My thing is this. If that's the energy you got about any of this, then you should have that same energy for that young man who was shot in the back by that gas station owner.
Again, these people are so dumb. They're so dumb. They continue to bring up other cases that have absolutely nothing to do with the Carmelo case. Different state, different circumstances, just completely different case. But again, in the tiny brains of the pro-blacks, they think that the Rick Chapman.
This is my channel. This is my channel.
Case and the Carmelo case are the same. So they use this in order to demonstrate that there is some hypocrisy when there's not. You're just dumb, right? You're just dumb. It's like unbelievable how stupid these people are. It explains everything. It really does. When you understand how stupid these people are on average, it explains a whole lot of the problems in the black community. I'm telling you, this is the conclusion I've come to. It's the only logical conclusion. who are below average intelligence, right? That the average black person is not very smart. That's the problem. That's the issue, okay? And it's not an issue that you can fix by throwing money at the problem. This is why, despite all the welfare, despite all the handouts, black people are still behind. This is why
all
you
is
have
well.
these immigrants that come from these other countries.
All is well.
They come
Thank
to
you.
the United
Thank you.
States. Doesn't matter if they're already well off coming into the United States. Doesn't matter if they cross the border illegally and they ain't got nothing. They come here and they outperform black folks because it seems as if the average black person is just not very smart. And when you're not very smart, yeah, you're going to have a hard time, right? You're going to have a hard time. And that's what this is proving. That's what this is proving. And I don't want to think that. I don't want to believe that. But the reaction to all this kind of basically proves that. So it's hard for me to deny reality. I'm not going to deny reality. When reality is staring me in the face, I'm going to call it like it is. And the reality is that these people are not very smart. And they just continue to demonstrate.
Yeah, everything all good. My wife is cooking. Everything cool.
It's over and over and over again. Again, it's like watching a reality show, right? It's very entertaining, but also sad at the same time.
Same energy. And I don't feel like going back and forth with people in my comments about the shit because I'm not going to do that. I'm just not. And it's bothering me. I'm literally was just
he put a lot out, don't he?
In a Bible class. And I'm trying to focus, but I'm so annoyed by that. And I already explained that I'm not like going back and forth with nobody in these comments. This is sick to me. I can't understand how y'all keep calling this young man a murderer, right? And he was sitting there minding his business. And they marched over there to bully him, right?
So you know what's crazy too is also a text message from the coach to, I think, excuse me. There's a text message from the coach to Anthony Metcalf saying, hey, you're in charge of the tent, make sure everything cool. I'm at the track meet, but I'll be doing other stuff, but make sure the tent is cool and keep it safe. So it's like that day was already, you know what I'm saying, crazy how that day went. It's like the coach told him, hey, you know what I'm saying, and Austin, I want you to be in charge of the tent. Also, be in charge of the tent. And also, here come doggone Carmelo Anthony on bullshit. That shit crazy. Oh, yeah. My man named Fashawn, the Chicago conservative, he did a video. I had played it yesterday about 35 people being shot in Chicago. I'm from the west side of Chicago. I live in Rockford now. But he's definitely in Chicago himself right now. And he did a video on that. That's crazy. I mean, that many people died or got shot. For Juneteenth weekend and Father's Day weekend. Crazy. But yeah, I live stream Monday through Thursday in the morning. Monday to go later on tonight, the live stream, I'll do that too as well. But other than that, mostly live stream during the week, Monday through Thursday. I work the weekend shift. Right, no chaos, no chaos. I think 2 months ago, or maybe a month ago, so a young lady, I think she was in the car and she got ambushed by a group of guys. They shot her car up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like damn near probably 200 bullets at her car. I think she had a young daughter in there, or a girl in there, or a child in there with her, if not by herself. But either way it go, she got shot up. What she did is said to these guys, they didn't care. They took her out. Yes, I played a video on that too. They randomly hitting people in the face saying you was on the jury. And these people knowing they was homeless. Not saying somebody homeless can't be on the jury, nothing like that, especially you American, but either way it go, they was on the jury and they getting punched in the face for no reason. Yeah, I heard about that this morning too. They had attacked a young lady because she was small. That's insane. And once again, if the white people do that to those, if it was the roles reversed for those two, with those 4 black ladies, if the roles reversed, it'd be chaos. And right, people should be protesting for a young lady in the hospital right now. Those 4 young ladies that did it to her, that we should be out there protesting for her, but nobody protesting for that. Nobody burning no bricks down. Yeah, it's very sick, and it's called nigger fatigue. Straight nigger fatigue. It's not black fatigue, it's nigger fatigue. Because ain't no way, that's crazy. How they acting, how they chimping out. Right, we got jobs, right, on the real. Like I said, I'm doing this YouTube thing. I got a job on the weekend. I work 36 hours. Other than that, you ever get it in, then I get too much free time, man. Too much free time. Right, man. When I was in Chicago, man, at Summer of Love, man, I was doing security. I made a lot of money doing that summer, doing security. I had to protect the hotel. I protected a dispensary, a weed dispensary, and also a convenience store. So a convenience store, a weed dispensary, and a hotel I get a chance to protect. Made some good money that summer. That shit was crazy. I was doing security. On the real, it was fun. But at the same time, it was sad because some of those businesses that got burned down never came back. Some of the old businesses that's down for years, especially the small ones, never came back. Even the liquor stores, like the food restaurants, the liquor stores, grocery stores, did not come back. I hear that, man. The gun range, right? You know? Or the gym, playing some basketball or something like that. You work at the dispensary? I hear that. You be going to sleep a lot. Right, where they come, right, you're right. Hell no. They get burned down because somebody stupid did something stupid. Instead of helping the neighborhood up, they're tearing it down. Sometimes that's not a revolution. That's not a resolution. That's crazy. Took them to the range, right. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to have our kids out here with these guns, you know what I'm saying, flashing them all that, at least have them trained with it. These kids be on the internet with these guns, do not be trained. And then they got the middle fingers up, gang signs in the air. No, hold the gun the right way. You know what I'm saying? Hand on the trigger. Be cool about it. These guys would be all thugged out with it, looking stupid. No training. Yep. Starts with practice, definitely. And the thing about it is when it comes to these guns, you got so many plastic toy guns out here with the water guns. It's easy to teach how to use the gun with a plastic water gun. I just thought of that real fast. You can't get a real one, it's a plastic one. You can teach your kid how to use it with safety. Don't point at somebody unless you're going to use it. Simple stuff. Yeah, airsoft, yeah.
I don't know about you, joyless, but I'm excited for the 4th of July.
Because in many ways, and with apologies to my dear spicy white friends, because I know that my white brothers and sisters do love a 4th of July. It is Independence Day. Everybody's barbecuing. It's a thing. I can promise you, black folks, we will take that day off. We will barbecue because we all
eating ribs.
The black people that nobody black I know is really excited about the 4th of July because it is it is what Frederick Douglass said it is. It is the celebration of slaveholders who freed themselves from having to pay taxes to the crown for their slave empire.
Race baiters.
And that is what it is.
Man, why do you race baiters do this, man? Like, what's the point? It's just to create more divide and anger and animosity. Like, I just don't get it on both sides. African pride, wokesters, and even people on the right or whatever you want to call yourself. Like, why do we do this shit? No, I don't know why you race baiters do this, man. Knowing that the moment somebody says something about Juneteenth holiday, then y'all panties be all in the bunch. Then I got to step in and educate the both of you on Juneteenth being the birth of the Republican Party. But I'll digress. I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited about the 4th of July. And I know many black folks that are excited about it too. Hell, man, shit. Out here in Florida, we go down there by the beach and let the sun cook us. Yeah, man, you walk down the beach, man, everybody's got patriotic American flag shorts and bikinis on. You can hear all kinds of music. One part of the beach, I feel like I'm in Tennessee listening to rock and roll. Another part of the beach, there's country. I even hear degenerate-ass rap music from time to time on the beach, along with them Mexicans, just like we heard at the Super Bowl. I don't know about y'all, but we go to the beach, we have fun, we cook out, we have all the food that causes cholesterol and high blood pressure, and everybody's just having fun, drinking beers and enjoying life, man. And then at the end, when the sun...
Hey, you guys, don't ban Slim. Who banned Slim? I didn't ban him. He can come back. I don't know why he got banned. Honestly, I know you guys be blocking people, but you got to ban them. Especially when he subscribed. He's a subscriber. Yeah, check your channel out right now. This is the channel. Okay, you send me the link. Okay, appreciate it. Not a problem.
That would clear things up, and give people a better understanding of what happened. But it seems to me that people are going to see what they want to see anyway. Me personally, I didn't see him getting jumped. I didn't see that, and I can understand why the jury didn't see that. I feel like people who are constantly asking me as a mother to black sons, what would you would have done that was your son? My sons would have fought, number one. Number two, if my son would have did what Carmelo did, I, as the mother, would have done as much damage control to save my son as possible. I don't care who I'm using in the process, and let me explain. First of all, I wouldn't have hired no Dominique Alexander, whoever that dude is, the man who's shaking babies till they have brain damage. I wouldn't have hired him. Second of all, when Austin Metcalf's father came to that press conference to pray with me, as a mom, I'm stopping everything and we're praying with this man. First of all, he will feel my sincere
I had to cut the sound off. Like, what the heck going on?
and apologize for the loss of his son. First of all, that man deserved compassion. Them people have no idea how important that man was into getting Carmelo Anthony home. My whole strategy would have been built around Mr. Metcalf. Starting from the press conference, we having a joint press conference. He gonna get the microphone, say what he want to say, and I'm going to nod and say okay because he had every right to feel the way that he was feeling. Number two, do y'all not understand that him making a victim impacts?
Okay, I understand you coming from, but at the same time, I didn't ban it from the channel. Now I got certain people in the chat that I made moderators, and the moderators did that. You know what I'm saying? You guys can't do that. You can't just ban people like that, especially these subscribers. You know what I'm saying? That's not cool. I didn't know that.
Statement to that jury, asking that jury to spare my son, would have gave my son possibly no jail time. And it would have allowed these people to heal in the process. And it also wouldn't have been no division of this country in the process. But no, that wasn't what they wanted. They saw a money grab. They saw, oh yeah, this is our shark. This is our BLM moment, baby. Yes, let's go for it. Like, seriously. If we would have had that joint press conference, the first thing I would have done was call my attorney, the best attorney 600K can buy, because that's how much they raise. I wouldn't have got a house. I would have got an attorney. My kid would have hit a whole legal team. Every dime would have went towards a lawyer. I don't care if we had to move into the projects. I don't care if we had to move into a cardboard box or a trailer in my mother's backyard. Every dime was going to the most expensive lawyer I could find. Number one. That lawyer was going to call everybody in an emergency meeting, and guess what? His empathy around his sympathy for our son.
Yeah, that was Red. Hey, Red Hood, you can't be banning people, Red Hood. Give me a chance. Let me ban him at least. But he's a subscriber. You shouldn't have banned him, Red Hood. It's a misunderstanding. That's all good. We all make mistakes. It's all good. Yeah, they both left the subscribers, you guys. They left. They unsubscribed. It's all good.
We're going to build our defense around his forgiveness. That's what my defense would have been built around. Every step of the process, even down to the plea agreement, I would have called Mr. Metcalf. This is what they're offering my son. What do you think? Do you know, after building that relationship with that man himself, I truly believe this in my heart. I believe that man himself would have assured my son.
Appreciate that common sense, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, man.
That's what I believe.
It's all love here, man. It's all love. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
The way y'all tell it, I'm set up to fail anyway because I'm a black woman. So, I mean, that don't matter to me. That's how you know that Carmelo Anthony's dealing with parents who do not have his best interests at heart. And you can't pay me to believe otherwise, especially after seeing that tape. There's no way they saw that tape and said, my baby got jumped. He was defending himself. There was no way. Yes, it broke my heart to hear that boy crying and saying, he pushed me, he put his hands on me, he put his hands on me. That broke my heart, yes. But it broke my heart even more to see what they did to this man's deceased son. And then I got the nerve to be mad because he making jokes, because he want to be sarcastic and say watermelon felon and all this stuff. That's the least that I would be saying about y'all child if y'all child had murdered mine. The man had a gag where they couldn't talk for months. And all he was able to do was sit back and let people talk about his dead son. Black people get mad when you talk about their mama, let alone their dead child. But all of a sudden, now it's a problem? Like, yeah, I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't comprehend it. And I guess this is why I'm an outcast. I will always be an outcast. I've always been an outcast. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Right is right and wrong is wrong. We know how to manipulate people in situations for our benefit when we want to. This should have been one of them situations.
They asked me why God didn't save Charlie Kirk. Really, you're not a big fan of that. I'm like, hey, if Charlie Kirk was a good guy, why is he dead? Why didn't Jesus save him? And then they get really mad when I say that.
This chick, she's a winner. Yeah, girl. The assassination fascination is really disturbing. Harassing a widow for losing her husband. I'm not surprised. I mean, this lady's greatest claim to fame is leave your MAGA husband, ladies, but cheat on them first. Still not seeing how weird the crazy cult is, you know? Yeah, she's doing great things. Yeah. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? What good is that doing? Just like there is a God, there is a devil and his demons. And Charlie Kirk fought against those demons. And he was good at it. The best. And then one of those demons took his life. And y'all have celebrated and laughed at and done this. Charlie was making a positive difference in this world. What are y'all doing? You know, demonic people that wish for or actually murder somebody because they don't agree with them. This makes me sad that this is where we are in society. You know what? I'm gonna do what Charlie would have. I'm gonna pray for you because I mean, damn. Charlie is with God now, so someone needs to take her phone.
Do we not ask Dr. Umar, the nigga always running his mouth, how come you ain't done shit? I'm just saying, for the last like 10, 15 years, you've been running your mouth about everything white people have done wrong to niggas. Okay, we get that. You can't go back and change history from motherfucking 200 years, 300 years, 400 years ago. We can't fix that. But my question is, after you notice the first 5, even 10 years, the shit wasn't getting changed, at what point do you not start talking to your own people and trying to change them? You've never tried to teach motherfucking young males how to motherfucking do better, because niggas is out fucking shit up and you watching this shit go on, but you ain't speaking about that. You always talking about how the white people doing something wrong. You ain't talking about the motherfucking characteristics and stand-up citizens that are being raised in your own community. Why don't you talk about that shit? How come the last 10 years you ain't went out and tried to fix shit in communities that motherfucking you care so much about? All you done is talk and run your mouth and ask for contributions to fatten your pockets. You seem like a plant your goddamn self. I'm just saying, fuck your feelings. All this shit is right out there in front of everybody's face. You like that nigga from I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, walk around with the motherfucking dashiki and shit on, but got a white girl in the back room cooking your motherfucking bean pies. Come on with this shit. Nigga, do something with your motherfucking mouthpiece and fix your own community before you go talking about what ain't nobody else doing and how everybody else stopping you from doing it. Because the only thing stopping motherfuckers in your community is them the goddamn self. They the motherfuckers out killing and fucking shit up, tearing shit up. That's why they communities look like shit. But you ain't out telling them that. You out saying it's the white people's fault that they community looks like shit. Fuck your feelings, sir. You need to look at the truth and go address that before you start correcting motherfuckers that ain't got shit to do with the motherfucking problems you and your community having. I said what I said.
They were at a track meet, high school track meet in Texas. It was raining. Carmelo Anthony, black kid, used the tent from another high school. Austin Metcalf asked him to leave. Carmelo Anthony, there was some kind of scuffle we don't know that much about, but Carmelo Anthony took out a knife and stabbed him to death. He murdered a 17-year-old over an argument. And Austin Metcalf was white. Carmelo Anthony, the killer, was black. He was convicted after the jury deliberated for 3 hours, sentenced to 35 years in prison. But people, especially black people, saw the color of Anthony's skin and supported him with over something like $600,000 in donations for his defense. And after he was sentenced, a congresswoman from Texas, Jasmine Crockett, made this remark.
35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining, and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know, who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared.
Well, if he was scared, that's all right then. I mean, look, that's 35 years. I think it was pretty lenient, frankly, what I would have given him. But still, that woman is in government. That woman is in government. So she's not doing anything about black crime. If she's going to defend a murderer, she's defending a murderer for no reason except for the color of his skin.
Crazy stuff, you guys.
Metcalf with. In fact, there is blood on that knife all the way down the blade.
We are about to fact check this.
We're going to fact check that this isn't a knife. Bro, you literally have evidence right in front of your face. And you're going to fact check the evidence.
What the hell are you talking about? First, I wasn't wrong in that video. Because it was a multi-tool. It was a 6-in-1 multi-tool.
What part of the multi-tool did Carmelo use? Did he use the tiny flashlight?
The point of me saying it was people to understand that it was not a traditional knife.
Except this huge blade part of it. Like, oh, hey, it's not raining, it's H2O precipitation. It's not a bottle. It's a portable liquid containment vessel. It's not stealing. It's unauthorized temporary resource allocation. It's not a cigarette. It's a rolled paper with botanical combustion delivery. Like, bro, you are getting roasted in your own comments. Dude, it's just a multi-tool with this big blade. It's not a car, bro. It's a vehicle. Sometimes it's just best to admit you're wrong and move on. So why don't we tag Simply Mike 3 in the comments and call him out?
to the warning of Booker T. Washington. Black Americans were doing best in this country before the civil rights movement of the 60s under Martin Luther King. We were thriving and prosperous in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, and even the 50s under the leadership of men like Booker T. Washington, who emphasized on self-reliance, on hard work, on family structure, on building our own businesses and ownership. And under this type of
I'll check him out. He said he's a good comedian, Anthony. Okay, cool.
Leadership and ideology, which was actually Republican ideology because Booker T.
Anthony
Washington
Court.
was a Republican, Black Americans built prosperous economies and cities all around America where we owned the land, we owned every house and every business on the land. These were known as the Black Wall Streets. You're probably familiar with that term. Well, this just wasn't one place in Tulsa, Oklahoma. These Black Wall Streets were all around America. When Black people were not focused on what the government can do for us, feeling inadequate and feeling like we can't get ahead, we were focused on what we could do for ourselves. Booker T. Washington must have been a prophet because he released a warning of something that he seen coming. This warning was about the worst threat to what Black Americans had built for themselves. There is another class of colored people who make a business of keeping the troubles, the wrongs, and the Negro race before the public. Having learned that they are able to make a living out of their troubles, they have grown into the settled habit of advertising their wrongs, partly because they want sympathy and partly because it pays. Some of these people do not want the Negro to lose his grievances because they do not want to lose their jobs. Does this type of warning, this type of message, and these type of people sound familiar? Because this is exactly what took place in the civil rights movement in the 60s. This was the message that was being pushed by Black leaders, namely by Martin Luther King.
America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started.
Successful and thriving Black economies were destroyed by white mobs, and the white mobs were a part of the Democratic Party. They destroyed the Black independence and Black self-sufficiency, only for a few decades later for Booker T. Washington's warning to come to pass, and for MLK to push this message that would cause Black Americans to realign from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, the very party that destroyed our self-sufficiency and independence. You see, our alignment with the Democratic Party was the beginning of our downfall. That's why we have not been able to recreate what took place with the building of the Black Wall Streets in this country. And Martin Luther King's democratic message and ideology continues to be pushed into the Black community today by people like this, like this, like this, and like this, and many others. So the question is, why would Martin Luther King Jr. do this? Why would he bring Black Americans out of the ideology and party where we were prospering to a party that literally destroyed our wealth and our self-sufficiency? This is a question that many Americans have no idea what the answer is. This is exactly why I wrote my best-selling book, How the Democrats Won the Blacks, From Physical to Mental Slavery. This book gives the true origins of both political parties and reveals the true event.
He's talking about bringing in jobs. Up there, they don't want no jobs, man. They want handouts. Give them a 40-ounce alt liquor, a Section 8 house, a bus pass, and now you got to worry about them anymore. They'll vote for you for the rest of their life. And they'll sit there and just waste their lives away. People that could probably could find a cure for cancer and time travel are wasting away in ghettos, running up a 40, because that's what the Democratic Party does to you. That's the sin of it. That's the sin of Democrat socialism right there. This is why America eats everybody, because we give an incentive called capitalism for you to rise up and do your best. Yeah, you can hate him. You can hate Elon Musk all you want to. He came here as an immigrant from Africa and made it. You can hate Mark Zuckerberg. He made it.
You can hate the Google guys. Yeah, you can hate them, but they came here. You can hate Bill Gates. You can hate Steve Jobs, all of them. But capitalism made them. And you walk around here with these iPhones. You walk around here looking at the internet, looking at your flat screen TVs, riding around in your air-conditioned cars. All of it produced by capitalism. The supply chain, they have you fat, no fat, you can't even walk now. All of it is about capitalism. Then you're going to curse the very system that has brought you abundance. Guys are really, really stupid.
All right, you guys. It's been 4 hours. 4 hours and 1 minute streaming with you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys hit the all button, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you.